Most. Okay. Let us know when to, what page will we be on here?
5, page 5. Board of Health OE.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to call to order the meeting of the West Windsor Township Council. This is a work session on the township budget for March 11th, 2025. Thank you. Okay, Allison, can you call the roll?
Sure. Gawas. Here. Jeevers. Here. Mandel.
Here.
Weiss.
Here.
Whitfield.
Here.
And have we adequately noticed?
Yes, on February 21st, 2025, to the Times in the Princeton packet, filed with the municipal clerk and posted at the municipal building and on the township website. Please stand for the salute to the flag.
Thank you. We're having a little bit of a change in the order this morning. First one up is going to be Jill from Board of Health. So if you will, our health officer, so if you will introduce yourself and give a summary, please. Thank you.
Hi, Jill Swanson. I'm the health officer for West Windsor Health Department. As you know, as the Board of Health, the health department provides essential services that are state mandated, but primarily state mandated functions. We also provide services for 2 additional communities through shared services agreements. I have distributed the annual report both on the website and to council, so I will briefly go over our 2024 accomplishments since you've heard many of these previously. In 2024, we continued to receive some robust funding through the federal and state health department for our services, and this was in response to pandemic. We used some of that funding in 2024 for supplementing staff, and the work that was done was also health promotion, infectious disease outreach, monitoring, and some work within the building, such as the electric generator for the health department, vaccine refrigeration, now support generators, and the health department. So that was all accomplished through grant funding. In addition, staff are required to do CEUs for routine training year to year. Some staff in our environmental division have additional certifications that require regular updates and certifications. So both grant funding and our operating budget support that work. In addition, we were able to have 2 of our staff members obtain the Certified Health Education Specialist certification in 2024, and our public health nurse successfully completed a certified infection control is now certified. Sorry, I think I was losing that. So those were some big accomplishments we have not previously been able to take care of. And in 2024, that was a big step for our department, having a certified infection control professional on staff. In 2025, we will continue to work with our partners doing community health improvement planning. That Greater Mercer Public Health Partnership has been a long-term infusion in our department for that very specific need. Doing that project alone would be very expensive for the health department. So partnering with other health departments in the hospitals makes that feasible. In addition, Penn Medicine Princeton does a separate community health improvement planning process, and we do work with them on their community advisory board, and we will continue that work in 2025. The department is also currently working on a local risk communication plan, and we will work with our state and county partners later this spring to do an exercising the county plan. And our plan will be, will reflect some of the initiatives in that plan. We are also encouraging our current workforce development in the inspection team and the public health nurse to continue to work towards leadership training so that the department is positioned for future transitions. We're nearly complete with transferring our historic block and lot files onto Laserfiche, and we hope to have that work completed early this year. And that will help streamline our OPA request and additional requests from the public for that type of information. Continuous quality improvement is also a priority, and the 2 projects we're working on in 2025 is our website, health department website organization, and standard operation procedures, refining those initiatives. And that about sums up our 2025 targeted goals. For our budget, our operating budget is a flat budget this year, some minor shifts from line to line. Again, I know I said this last year, but we continue to have that grant funding through partially through this year. We do expect to lose those grant funds into July 1st of 2025. One of the grants, we were notified earlier last week, in the early part of the week, that we will potentially have an additional 20,000 that we can spend through 2026, June of 2026. But if you take a look at the last page of the accomplishments, it breaks down our grant funding over the last 2 years. And you'll see that the 20,000 is not a lot compared to what we've been seeing to support our staff and supplies and initiatives we've had over the last couple of years. So we are looking at some shifts, and we'll be a little bit more reliant on the operating budget moving forward than we have been in the last couple of years.
Thank you.
So that's why we're keeping it flat, instead of cutting it the last 2 years and then a massive increase. This year, we kept it flat, even though we didn't spend it. Whatever we don't spend every 2 years goes back to fund balance because of the grant funding. But that is now cycling out. So that's why we kept our budget flat for the last 3 years.
So the operating budget's flat,
Yes.
Yeah.
but this salary and wages going up, it's that because you're gonna lose the grant money and?
Part of it is, for normal increases and the grants.
And I know you have like a resource guide. I know you just did a pet guide, and I think there's a mental health guide too.
We did. We released one 2 years ago, and we've updated it over the last year. In addition, we have been using, as our response to outbreaks and communicable disease, the demand has transitioned down as the pandemic came to a close. Those staff that were onboarded for those purposes have been transitioned into health education and outreach, and also public health emergency planning. So our POD plan, which is the point of distribution plan, was revised. That's a very large document that guides us during an emergency for vaccination or medication distribution. The risk communication, again, is a plan that we would use at times of, it could be a storm, it could be an outbreak, and any type of emergency response where we need to get quick messages out. It lays out some guidelines for the office to move forward and some message mapping. So we're not starting from the ground floor during those types of incidents. So we've tried to take those staff and transition them from that high workload that diminished into areas that will be helpful for future emergencies.
Okay.
And in addition, for the partnership building and working with our seniors and our housing complexes. So the staff is out there on a regular basis, forming those partnerships and trying to solidify our interactions with those agencies.
I'm just thinking in terms of the public. I think a lot of the public do not really know what goes on and what's available, and ways that we could try to let them know that this is available. So, I mean, the council can do that, and you said you're redoing the website. I assume that's being integrated with the website that's being redone for the town itself, so.
Yes.
Yeah, so anything that can be done to let people know after you've done all this work that this is available, you know, it would be a good thing to do.
Yes, and we do some outreaches with email blasts. So for instance, we have email blasts with all of our faith-based organizations, with schools, with childcare. So as we develop, for example, the pet manual that you had mentioned, that was forwarded to different contact lists that we maintain within the department via email. So it doesn't just go to the website and on a countertop. It's blasted out through different partners. And, you know, it's a fine line trying to navigate, not inundating folks with information, but yet those important things, getting them out.
Do we partner with the school district to send out information? Because that, like, district definitely has a larger email blocks
We
available.
do at times, and again, we look at what we are distributing and decide which partners we think it would be appropriate to send that out. But the school system has been tremendously helpful, especially when we have to get quick messages out about communicable disease or clinics that we may be having, notices that are important to catch everyone's attention, and they are very cooperative and helpful.
Right, because the school district sends out a newsletter every Friday. I think as long as you can get in the information by Wednesday, they can include it in that, and they do have a community section in that. So
Okay,
that
great.
might be another way of including information.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, very good.
That would be
Yeah,
good. 'Cause,
that'd
you know,
be
the big
good.
things,
Mm.
measles outbreaks in other states like Texas, and then, you know, it doesn't take too long before I think there were a case or two up in North Jersey and all, so,
Well, spring break is
yeah.
going on
Mm.
right now and coming up for our district too. So when travel happens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, most of the cases, the cases in North Jersey that you're referencing were travel related. So it is important that as you're traveling internationally, especially if you have a young child that's unvaccinated or not fully vaccinated, and some older adults my age may not have current records or may not have been fully vaccinated when you're younger. So that may put you at risk. And we often do receive notifications of individuals who have been exposed. And they're in a position where they're searching for their vaccination records from when they were a child. So that may be something to do on a rainy day. Make sure you know where those important information is in case you take a trip and you're exposed, you have documentation. And especially preparing if you're traveling with individuals who are immune compromised or young and not fully vaccinated, you may want to reconsider where you're traveling or talk to your physician about having some boosters or early vaccinations. And there are some recommendations for children if you're traveling into certain areas to receive some early vaccinations.
And those of us who have had measles supposedly are okay, I believe, because that's what
Yes.
I've been reading.
Yes, if you have documented immunity, yes.
Well, there's no document.
Yeah.
That's, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, unless you take unless you go and get antibodies and get tested, this, yeah.
Right, it's difficult.
No,
right.
nobody has any record of that. But I think the thing is that 1957, if you were born before 1957, you can assume or.
Yes, you're
Yeah.
presumed, yes.
Yeah.
We have the
Okay.
travel tips on our website.
I'm sorry.
Do we have the travel tips is on the
I know
health
we were
website?
working on updating them. I'm not sure if they're up there yet. The staff was working on this over the last week to try to get some
Yeah.
fresh information and reformat it. Sometimes the information hasn't changed so much, but if it doesn't look fresh and it looks the same, there's not as many hits on it. So we are trying to refresh some important documents so it garners some attention.
And I assume that anything that involves international travel, you would send them over to the federal site, which gives the updates on what's happening in each area of the world.
Right,
know.
there's links on the CDC website. It's travel health on
Mhm.
under CDC, and you can put in almost any destination you can think of, and it will provide you with information on what the health concerns are, whether it's a communicable disease or some other health related matter in that area, and also safety issues that you need to be concerned with in certain parts of the world.
I think there's even a way to get updates if you put in.
Right, you can
yeah.
sign up for an email update. Yep.
Okay.
So one of the things that we've been sort of talking about is just general community engagement, like how do we get this information out and get it to be more accessible? And you've talked about lots of different ways that we can do that, which is all great. Is there in your teams somebody who essentially is accountable for putting together a community engagement plan per se, or sort of a more sort of comprehensive, top level view of how do you go about doing this? It's actually probably something that I think every department should start considering of how they go about engaging with our community. Because that's, I think, without that piece, everything else you do sort of has less impact. So have you given any thought to how you actually go about doing this?
So we have the closest thing that we would have would be our risk communication plan that we're currently working on now. And we have right now with the staffing that we currently have, we have an outreach team, and we meet weekly and discuss these types of topics, such as which partners, what type of communication channels.
Right.
Is it formalized in a written plan I can shoot over to you? Not necessarily, but it is a weekly discussion based on the topic and what's currently happening.
Yeah.
And
That's important.
yeah, and it's a diverse team. We have health educators, public health nurse. Sometimes our inspectors will sit in, depending on what the topic is. For example, with if we have a communicable disease issue that was related to foodborne illness, we will have the inspection team sit in. So it's based on what's happening that particular week.
Is there opportunities for any paid advertising of your services? Have you ever done that before?
We have not. No, we have not.
Obviously, that would cost money. So.
Yeah.
You have been going to community events and having a table set up. I've seen last year you did few of those. So
We do
They-
quite a few of those.
Right,
Yes.
right.
Yeah. Yeah. We've gone to parent teacher night. We've also, we're at the senior center on a regular basis. Some of the housing complexes, the Gables, we will go out and do specific presentations. And it's a combination. Sometimes it's a topic that we want to bring awareness to, and other times it's a community group that's asking us that it could be a Boy Scouts group saying, we need a presentation on Lyme's, and the public health nurse and health educator will go out and do a program, or it could be initiated by our staff during our outreach meetings. The topic of our concern may be, okay, how are we going to get this word out? And that's how we do our planning.
Or for something, one problem is information overload. Everybody's getting everything so much that when the important thing comes, they don't even pay attention sometimes. So when the important thing comes, like let's say there's a couple of cases of measles right in West Windsor, how do we get that? Do we have a procedure in place that even if it happens Sunday at 10 p.m. and you find out, is there some procedure in place, whether it's Nixle or something to get the word out so people understand that there is a communicable disease, assuming that's what you would consider something we have to get word out right away.
Right. So certainly Nixle, if we needed to get word out to a large number of people quickly, Nixle would be, and we've used that during emergencies such as weather emergencies where it's very quick. Something like a communicable disease, measles, obviously our priority is going to be controlling that spread, and the immediate exposures, the close contacts. So we wouldn't necessarily start with a public notification initially. Initially, we would be starting with the close contacts. And if we felt, and a case investigation, if we felt there was a need, say the individuals went to community day and there was a large exposure, obviously then Nixle would be a mechanism we would use, the township website. If it's school related, we would immediately be working with the school system and trying to pin down the best way to notify the individuals that could be exposed.
I think
Yeah.
school district also has a lot of policies on health emergencies and all that, so I'm sure you work with them on that.
Absolutely. And they were very cooperative to work with and very helpful.
And it's not always that age group either. So it could be anything. It could be contamination somewhere. It could be some kind of health emergency.
And
Or
besides-
something happening in a restaurant where maybe there was something,
Besides the physical health, the mental health is important too. So have we done anything new on that? It's even for seniors, even for people, you know, your parents get older, certain things happen to certain people, you know. They have this ailment, that ailment, but then there's also things like dementia, Alzheimer's. What are the warning signs? How do you deal with that? I was just having a conversation with somebody who called me the other day about that. Do we do much in that area?
So we have done some programs on mental health at the senior center. Our public health nurses have been over. I don't recall how they framed it. I know that it was in the winter and they were approaching it as winter blues. So they did offer a session on that. You know, but again, that's a small group that may be attending. So when we do something like that, the materials that we put together, we will also post to the website. We'll send out an email blast to different partners. So not only are the 20 people who may have attended that session at the senior center, but we try to use that same material and blast it out in different ways. So.
and like as far as mental health in particular, I know the county has an organization and I think they've just expanded it to even add volunteers to it. Is this something that we can leverage by asking the county to come into various places and use some of their expertise and their time to do that?
We can look at that. We do have a member. I've talked about the Greater Mercer Public Health Partnership and the Community Health Improvement Planning process. And one of the focus areas through that group is mental health. So one of our team members does sit on that work group to try to coordinate with the greater Mercer area and the partners within the county that have specialty in mental health so that we can make individuals aware of the resources that are available if you're in the county.
Because I do remember when we had the Avalon fire a few years ago, I had contacted the county mental health group and we had a large event on a Sunday where we were all there and there was collections and we were giving money and collections to the people that were affected, the 24 families. And the county did send in, like 4 or 5 people and we put them in a corner to do mental health. And it was actually very useful. People were going in, there were a lot of kids that were affected. And that was obviously an emergency type of situation. But it made me aware that they do have this ability and this facility, this resource that is available. So it's something we might want to think of either on a emergency or special basis, or perhaps on a basis of like a few times a year or something like that. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and does anyone have any questions in general before we do the budget? Anybody more?
I was just, you mentioned a risk communication plan, so I guess that'll be done by the end of this year.
Yes, I hope sooner than that, but
Right,
it is
right.
a work in progress.
Okay, John, you want to go through
Go just real quickly, page 6, which is the housing section. As you know, last year was a new item for us because of the lead-based requirements. And I just want to point out that the salary wages stayed the same and the OE has dropped from a request of 109,000 down to 28,350. And that's because of the great work done by Jill to source out a consultant to handle all our requirements. So we didn't have to hire staff, and it's working out well.
Good. So we're keeping that as a separate department, but it's essentially a consultant that's being managed.
Correct.
Right, and we do have one staff member who is the liaison with that consultant on a regular basis. And in many towns, this program falls under through DCA under the construction office. So we don't necessarily get that direct link at all time. I just found out actually yesterday that they extended the deadline for compliance to 2025.
Wow.
So we're ahead of the game, but we are only at about 44% compliance of our estimated rentals. So we do have some work, and there'll be a mailing going out again to those properties we believe are rentals that were built during this time period to try to gain compliance before this coming July.
And this is right now totally about the lead compliance. Correct.
Right. So it's for homes that are being rented, and it's a requirement that they are inspected either by a private inspector of their choice or through the consultant that we have partnered with at the township, and have the property inspected for any lead paint potential lead paint hazards, or to have a lead-free certification, which is a more in-depth inspection that actually tests the paint that's there to determine whether there's lead. And then after those inspections are done, there's a certificate that's issued. It's filed with the township. And it needs to be renewed if it's a lead safe every 2 years.
Right. And do you foresee the state passing something else that we now need to do something similar for, could be lead, could be water, could be something else? Do you foresee something else that would come under this?
I have
limitation?
not heard conversation to that effect, but I have no awareness of something
No,
else
but
coming
we-
down the pike.
We have a line item in a department if something like that does come. Okay.
Thanks, Meg.
Okay. If there's no other questions, we could move
Yeah.
capital section under
One other thing.
human services, capital, page 54.
Do you have
Just a quick question. The animal control dash public health services, is that under you?
No, the animal control is actually a contract under the police department. We do interact quite often with animal control,
Okay.
but it's supervised under police.
Yeah, I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, that went up.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you go to capital under human services, page 54, Jill has one item. I do want to give you a little footnote. Right now, as a placeholder, we have 60,000 in for our second purchase of an electric vehicle. But we're in the process to get quotes, and it looks like the price, the electric vehicles are coming down. So that price may go down a little bit when we get some state contract, more information between now and the ordinance. Just note that amount may.
And that would be an electric SUV, either another Mach-E or some.
Yeah,
some electric-
because of the storage requirements for their going out on location.
Right. And there's not, I just want to clarify, there's not a lot of options for that mid-size electric vehicle. So we're not necessarily choosing the Mach-E for its look or name or whatever. We're choosing it because it's a mid-size hatchback that gives us some storage space. In the fully electric, there really are not a lot of options for us unless we go very small or larger.
Or you start going to Mercedes or something like that, which I don't think we're going to do. So, yeah. Do you want to, how is that vehicle working out right now?
It works fine. We still have, the two escapes. So depending on what we're doing, we may choose we have an escape and the Jeep. So depending what we're doing, we may use one of the other vehicles. But storage wise, being able to get out into the field, it's working fine. Um,
And no maintenance issues.
no maintenance issues at all. Yeah, so no
Doesn't-
concern.
So
doesn't-
far, so good.
So
Yeah.
far, so good.
And we still do have an $8,000 grant for a charging station, so we'll probably use that grant for this next purchase.
And just to
Mm.
clarify, these vehicles are used by our inspection team primarily. They do not go home. It would be a very rare occasion that a vehicle goes to an inspector's home. I can count on one hand in 30 some years how many times that's had to happen, and it was work related. You will see the vehicles at the mall because we do inspections of restaurants. We do supermarkets. We're at the parks. We do youth camps. We do complaint inspections. So you will see these vehicles parked in areas that are commercial in nature.
Well, I assume that's been like that for 30 years or whatever,
Right.
that we've had our vehicle. And
The 8,000 grant that you mentioned, John, is there an expiry date for that?
I think there is, but I think it's next year, so we should be fine.
Yeah.
Well, by the time we got approval for the grant, we applied it before we purchased the other one, but by the time we got the approval, it took them almost 9 months. It couldn't be used retroactively, so that had to be moving forward.
yeah.
Is the grant only for municipal use? Or the
Yes.
public?
This is for
use
municipal use, yes.
only?
There's other things that,
There is other grants out there, but
and
so far we haven't received any.
so, I mean, the public is a different program. It's a whole,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
just for the vehicles to charge.
One advantage to that vehicle is that we shouldn't obviously be idling in a gas car as the health people.
Right.
And if they need to leave the heat on, somebody needs to stay in the car, keep air conditioning, heat or anything like that, it's not causing any point pollution at that point. So that is a big health advantage to having that electric vehicle.
Or hybrid, or
mm,
hybrid.
Well,
That'd be.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
funny, the
it's-
preliminary prices that we got for the hybrid were a couple thousand more than the
Yeah.
fully electric. So it's changed a little
And you
bit in the
still have
last
to, you
2
still have to put
years
the gas,
pricing.
you still have to put the oil change.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, any other capital in here?
Nope, that's the only capital for health.
Anybody have any questions on this capital before we move on?
Nope.
No, go good. Any other questions for Jill?
Thank you,
No,
Jill.
thank you very much,
Thank
Jill.
you, thank you,
Great.
thank you.
Jill.
Thanks, Joe.
Yay.
Your
Welcome.
your next page would be in your regular budget, page 6. And Adeline, please introduce yourself.
Morning. My name is Adeline Fall. I'm the manager at the West Windsor Senior Center, Division of Senior and Social Services. Can I get started?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So if you could start, like, just give a summary of the last year's accomplishments and the goals for next year. Thanks.
Sure, just the basis. The senior center is a focal point of the community for residents 55 years of age or older, offering programs, activities, and services to our aging residents. We're open Monday through Friday from 8 to 4. Our staff consists of a manager, administrative assistant, secretary, bus driver, program facilitator, instructors and volunteers. The programs that we offer are health and wellness, fitness, art and humanities, education, transportation, socialization, as a place to be for the residents, and social services, information and referrals. So our accomplishments. This year, we were able to provide a couple more classes. For 2024, we had our daily programs, our activities that were provided. They're both virtual and in person. We have, are in the process of a hybrid technology. We are offering AARP right now, AARP tax services, and we do that yearly. We also offer AARP driver safety. We work with different agencies to provide different programs and educational programs and programs for residents in the community, but also for AARP, it's actually open to everyone, for anyone. Let's see. So we continue to receive assistance from Mercer County, who allowed us to borrow a vehicle. We have extended our MOU as well until April 2025. The township has the old bus back, which is currently not being used as often, but we are using the other one twice a week.
And a slight update, the county has received bids for a new bus for us. So it's just a matter of them working through the build process. I think they anticipate anywhere from 6 to 9 months delivery. So hopefully,
in fall, we should.
hopefully, I mean, you know, you
Before-
never know how that
By the
goes,
end of
but
the year.
end of the year.
it's been awarded and it's moving forward.
At this time, we have about 34 residents that utilize the service as well.
Is there a waiting list for that?
Not no. At this time,
Okay,
no, we do
okay.
not have a waiting.
And you know what? Let me just break some bad news. We no longer have a bus driver. So we are in and this just happened at the end of last week. Notifications have been put on the website. So we are in the process of looking for a new bus driver. So if you know of anybody who has a bus CDL and was looking for employment, contact HR.
Okay, I noticed that you put out something saying there was no bus service for the foreseeable future. So that's what that was about, I was assuming. Okay.
He resigned, left.
Yeah, we can't discuss that.
Yeah. Mhm.
No personnel, please.
Yes. We don't have a bus driver.
Right. So we're looking for a bus driver. If anybody has a bus CDL, please contact HR.
Yep, so we also, as the senior center, we send out semi-annual and annual community surveys and, for our instructors, and for any of the classes that we have to receive feedback from the residents as we plan to continue to do so in the upcoming year of 2025. We continue to offer virtual fitness, lectures and programs for the residents. Each program will be analyzed with the participants and submitted anonymously. I have an open door policy. And phone policy for the residents to come to me and staff as well with their concerns, but also provide the surveys as a means of communication for our residents. And we also provide quarterly newsletters and monthly updates to our residents. We have an email blast that we send out to, the residents that we have a list of, and it's their daily or monthly emails. We do it we send information on our websites as well, on the website, and we mail to our residents that have limited access to email. So I think that pretty much
I really love what's been done with communicating with the residents that you do have on the list. There's updates, there's reminders, there's monthly, there's quarterly newsletter, but there's also the monthly calendar, which is simple. And then there's also reminders and quick notifications if something is canceled or changed. Do you have any thoughts for how we can get out to, say, some of the seniors who don't realize this is all going on and so aren't signed up? Is there something we could be putting in there that would get that information out, perhaps going into some of the senior communities, perhaps going into other communities where some people have their parents living with them and the rest of the communities, or some of the older people that still stay, that sort of just age in place and now don't realize that this is now available to them at a certain age. There's some way to, some way there could be a program to sort of reach everybody, to let them know that even if you don't want to be an active, come every day and hang out, that there's some really good programs, some music programs, some lectures that are available that you'd want to be on the list and you'd want to know about.
So we don't have anything at this time, but what we could do is maybe, you know, as staff members reach out to the 55+ communities and maybe provide it to their leasing office or their Department of Recreation. We can also possibly work with, we do have an advisory council, and for the senior center, and some of them are, you know, religious members of the community that receive these updates, that can provide that information to, you know, the churches and synagogues and things of that sorts if they wanted to. So, I mean, I can also work with the chief and see if possibly we can send out a nixle, but that's like to the majority. And I know we're only reaching a specific population, so I'm not sure if, you know, I mean, we can attempt to do that to see if that's another way of outreach. So residents are aware that there are others that there's a senior center here and that there are services that we
Right.
are providing.
And I think sometimes people think that, oh, this is a senior service and that's only for people who might need Medicaid, or it's only for people who might need, they don't realize this is for everybody. So just in general, just the population, when they think of senior center. And, so if there's some way to get out like that, or maybe some program for next year, how do we get that information out? I see you do have a senior center advisory council. Is that something that meets? Is that something?
Yeah,
what-
so they
I've
meet
never heard of it.
quarterly. There are actually residents that live in the community that we meet with, and we discuss the senior center and you know, ways of outreach, but also what we can improve at the senior center as well, and how to, you know, best fit the needs of our 55 and over community.
And that membership is, anybody can join, people are invited because of their position.
No, so I guess there is a process. We do have I forgot what we call him, but so there is one person who you would meet with, and I know right now we're looking for a nurse that may be interested.
Oh,
in
okay, so
joining the
you-
advisory council, and to see if they could provide us feedback with the community, but also, you know, we work with them to.
So it's a cross section from.
So you
from
try to get a
Windsor.
cross section of people, or people who might be in certain groups that could
Correct. Mhm.
get other people. All right, it's just something I would think, if we can reach out to more in the community, let them know that this doesn't have to be their lifestyle even. They can come for certain programs and maybe stay for the lifestyle. Maybe if there was some sort of a actual plan put together to make that happen, because I think we have a terrific resource, but it may be not known as much as possible.
Yeah, so I think this is, again, the community engagement conversation that we had with Jill. It's like, how do we programmatically, proactively think about ways and do it in a thoughtful, you know, programmatic fashion? The more I think about it, the more I think we might have a need for not necessarily doing that individually in every department, but more of an umbrella function at, you know, I see Carrie shaking her head,
Yeah.
at sort of at the administrative
Mhm.
level, that can support all the departments in the context of how do we do community engagement? And maybe that also requires, a little bit of funding for advertising and other stuff that maybe that's the right way to start. So kind of just spitballing right now, but I think community engagement is an area that there's opportunities for us to do more.
It's budget season, so if there's money needed in that greater discussion.
Now-
Yeah.
now-
Now's the time.
That's the
I,
time.
I mean, personally, I'd like to see an app, but with that, we can talk about that when administration comes up. But, anyway, if there was something, and this is a very specific group, so, and then, the Friends of West Windsor Senior Citizens could help out, but that's another discussion. But we should be doing that kind of thinking, whether or not we do it through other ways and stuff. How do we reach out and let people know what this is all about? So, all right.
Different question. So in the past, the multipurpose room in the senior center used to be available in evenings for community groups. There's not that many options in West Windsor for community groups to meet. Mostly the library is really the one option that most people use, and that's pretty high demand. And I guess it was around the COVID time when the opportunity to use that multipurpose room in the evenings for community groups stopped. And to the best of my knowledge, it hasn't sort of started up again. Is there, can you speak at all to that? Is there any plans to do that? And what's preventing us from being able to make that room available?
I'm not,
Is that more of an administration?
It's part staffing where our facilities maintenance doesn't have the ability to break down and set up the room and clean the room. So limited staffing, I think, is the biggest part of that right now. So that having the doors programmed and having staff on site when we have outside groups there is a concern as well. Just with, I think, the state of the world as well, to ensure safety for all of our staff members. But I think really the ability to break down and set up, because the senior center does have a lot of classes that start at 8 a.m. and there's a lot of setup and breakdown that goes into that. So I think
Sure.
that's a big
So
part of
that
it.
would imply it's a resource.
It's a resource, yes.
Hmm.
Agree.
Is this something we're actively looking to open up again?
It's budget season, so
Yeah,
I think
that's what I'm
that's a later
getting at.
discussion. Yeah,
So in order to be able to provide that service,
it's additional
there's
staffing.
additional costs, and we need to understand what those
Correct.
costs are.
Yeah, well, I know from the school board, they have a policy because, they're open till late at night with all sorts of groups.
Sure.
And even recreation, basketball on the weekends, it goes around the clock. And there is, I guess, a provision, I believe, in the union contracts that the people that are sort of, say, renting out a room or the gyms have to pay for the janitor services.
Oh, yeah,
as part of it.
it's expensive.
There's a whole formula. It
oh,
depends
it
on
is.
how big the group is or how small and
If it's a
different
Sunday.
things, but it's not free. I mean, there's a revenue coming in from use of the buildings.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's something.
Yeah, and my
Yeah.
guess is that it's not necessarily completely funding it, it's just supplementing their income, but they've
Yeah,
created an organizational structure
Right.
that can support that kind of operation.
Yeah.
And what I'm hearing is that we don't have that organizational structure to support operation in the senior center multipurpose room till like 10 p.m. And that's the crux of the issue.
And I will say, when we did it in the past, it wasn't till 10 p.m. and we would charge the organizations the overtime fee for whoever the employee was that was there. So
Right.
we did get some cost reimbursement, but just for the overtime costs.
Yeah, there was a whole thing. If you went past 8:30, the
Yeah.
clock started
It-
ticking.
yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it wasn't up
I
to 10. It
remember.
was a limited amount of time, and then we would bill and then refund against the budget.
The other thought would be like the Dutch Neck Church does when an organization rents their Freedom Hall, that the setup and breakdown is the responsibility of the group renting the space. So maybe that's a thought that we could have in the contract of renting, that the group has to own the ownership of setting it up and breaking it down. So
It's something to look
that
at.
might be something to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of it.
models that we could look
Yeah. So, right, I know,
Yeah, if
yeah,
we want to do it, how would we do
Do
it?
it.
I mean, it's
right.
it's not
And
an easy discussion, but
the
things
school,
out, then decide after that.
and from what I remember, the
I mean,
schools
we
actually.
use the school for recreation and
Yeah.
we are billed that facility charge as they call it. And it is a complex form they use based on square footage and there's, you know,
Precisely.
And they relooked
Yes.
at it at one point and they, I think they were cheaper a number of years ago in the schools. And then they did a whole relook at it, I think probably around COVID time, and recalculated what it was really costing and their expenses. So went
But,
way up.
you know, it works for
Okay.
the school because they're already there. I
Yeah.
mean, because of the way they operate, you know,
Hmm.
so.
So anyway, if there was a desire for this, we should probably take a look and see what would it take. If we have to start actually hiring additional people, then that becomes a whole thing. If it's somebody that somebody could pay for the overtime and work something like that out, maybe it'll work.
Okay,
Okay,
Yeah.
under advisement, thank you.
thanks.
Um,
Okay, if we can go through the operating budget.
So at this time, we request to remain flat for the year of 2025.
Okay, we're on page, John?
page 6 of the budget summary. Senior Center Program OE, it is flat from the prior year. And we do carry about a $20,000 senior center trust fund that can only be spent at the senior center based on the revenues that come, certain revenues that come in. So that's always been a little bit of a reserve for the center and for any additional expenses during the year.
Capital? Anyone have questions on operating budget at all? No?
Okay. One second. Okay, Human Services, page 56. And this is the fund that we set up for the building maintenance that we, you know, put away $25,000 a year for any unforeseen issues that need to be taken care of in general. I think we have a balance of around 7,000 plus the,
You have 68,000 you have here.
there you go. Okay.
68,000.
Good, good memory.
And that's a moving target. It could be less by now, but you know, it's a good, you know, we try to keep at least 50.
About 2 years worth, so.
Yep. Any questions on that?
I see there's an expansion that's probably been here forever.
Yeah, that's just kind of a placeholder for the 6-year plan. You know, we always put it at the back end of it just to let you know that, you know, in case you ever decide to do that. The last time we went under that and expanded the senior center, we were able to get grants from the state and the county that paid for almost 60% of the addition. So
If we were able to use it weekends and evenings and stuff, it makes it a little bit more,
yeah.
yeah.
So with that said, I think that's it for the senior center.
Thank you very much, Adam. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. To the lease, I believe. There
Give
we
me
go.
1 second.
Mayor, if you'd like to come up front. Thank you. You have a preference on doing fire and emergency or police? I
Miles,
can-
fire sounds good.
Okay, okay, thanks. Thanks. Mayor has just returned from at the county election board from a meeting attempting to get us a early voting location in West Windsor. So I'll break out here and give you a minute if you want to say something. No?
No, later.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Tim, if you want to
Hey.
introduce yourself.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Tim Lynch. I'm the Chief of Fire and Emergency Services and the Fire Marshal for West Windsor Township. Fire and Emergency Services is responsible for fire and EMS, code enforcement, hazardous materials response, confined space rescue, basically all emergency services in the township other than police services, which are handled by those guys back there. Sure. Not sure where you'd like me to begin.
Okay,
We can start with just giving us a summary of the accomplishments from 24 and then some of the goals from 25, please. Thank you.
and his budget item under the summary is on page 3.
I just had to pull it up. Sure,
Yep.
whenever you're ready.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
ready.
sure. 2024 was a busy year for us. We the firefighters union negotiated a contract with resulted in an implementation of an entirely new schedule and operating time frame for us in 2025. So we implemented that. We also hired we hired 3 part-time fire inspectors to take on fire inspection. And we also hired EMT onlys for the first time in our history. So we've got a mixture of firefighters and EMTs, whereas historically we had kind of a jack of all trades model where everybody did everything. So now we're kind of splitting into diversifying and getting everybody kind of focused on the program a little bit. So that was a huge change for us. We conducted over 75 fit tests for the township for volunteer firefighters as part of our goal to become prepared for the respiratory protection. We conducted a new recruit and hiring process where we partnered with multiple other fire departments. We partnered with Millstone and South Wall in an effort to try and draw a large candidate pool for our entry. For some example, the previous entry-level test where it was just West Windsor Township, we had 8 applicants show up for the test. When we ran the novel test, we had to shut the application process off at 200 applicants. So we got a really great turnout and a lot of great candidates. So we very proud of that. Can't take credit for it. That was Mike Maloney, the new chief of Millstone Fire Department. That was his idea, and he just added us on. But I'm very happy that we were able to do that. Let's see. We worked with the administration to organize and oversee Bring Your Child to Work Day, coming up with a program for all the kids while they were here to have some fun and see what all the departments do. And we're actually working on doing that again this year because it worked out really well last year. Looking forward to doing that. We purchased and installed key control devices for all the Knox boxes. So for those who don't know, every business can be by the state fire code have a lock box installed on the outside that allows fire department access to the building. We open those boxes with keys that are kept on all the apparatus. Historically, those keys were just hanging on a keychain. They're now secured in the vehicle, and we have a digital anyone who wants to remove the keys, where they GPS location, where they removed it, how long they removed it for before it was reinstalled. So now we have a better handle on where those keys are, what they're being used for, and it takes a lot of liability off of the township in case one of those keys happen to be lost. So
Who has access to those keys? Anybody on the fire truck? Or?
and anybody who has the authority to ride as an officer on the fire truck. So it's not just any firefighter, but anybody who's been authorized by the chief of the organization to have control of those keys will be given access to them. And it's a really simple process. It's all digital on cloud. I can go in and add or remove. And, the point is not to restrict access to the fire department, but simply to just have a trail of who was using the key and when. So, if they're a member of the fire department and the chief vouches, they can have access to the keys. That's the way it is right now. So operationally, nothing's going to change except that we have a much better handle on where the keys are when they're being used, what are they being used for, that kind of stuff.
So each person who's permitted has their own unique key card.
Everybody has their own PIN. It's a PIN number they assign themselves. And
So you know who took it out, you know, they put it back in. they
yep,
put
I
it
can
in,
see at
and you know,
on March 11th at 10:59 at this GPS coordinate, the person with this PIN code removed the key for 8 minutes before they reinstalled it. So the next step is there's actually a transition from digital keys, or excuse me, mechanical keys, the old school mechanical keys, to an actual digital key. And we can have some better audit trailing with them about which box was open, when box was open, how long the box was open for. And also, if one of the digital keys gets lost, I can just shut it off. And that way, if somebody else comes across it, it's irrelevant. It's just a brick at that point. So we're working with the company, the manufacturer, Knox. They provide grants to transfer those key cores on the boxes from the mechanical key to the electronic key. So you'll notice that's not in the budget proposal. I'm trying to work with the Knox company on getting a grant so that we can use their money to change the keys over. But that was a big win for us last year. That was on my list when I took over of one of the projects I wanted done, and they're done. So we're working with the fire companies now on training for them. 2024, continue purchasing additional communication equipment to coincide with the county. You'll see, I'll get into it later, but Mercer County years ago purchased a new radio system with federal. That radio system is reaching all of the radios that we purchased in West Windsor will be able to carry on to the new system. The rest of the county participated in a grant that we chose not to participate in for this particular reason. So the rest of the county are going to have to buy all the radios, but we will not. But there are additional radio components that we will have to buy. So rather than be a multi-million-dollar project, this is going to be maybe $100,000. So that was a big win for us with some long-term planning. I have to give credit to Jim Yates for that one. He saw that coming 10 years ago. So, and then the last thing I'm proud of, we developed, finally implemented with the help of council, a new shared service agreement regarding our hazardous materials response program. So we're going to be looking forward to implementing that this year, getting some more money from the county. One of the things listed on my goals for this year is to come in compliance with our physical requirements for the hazmat team. That will now be on the county's dime. They're going to pay for that. So that was a big win for us. Was it? Unless anybody has a question.
With the hazmat, can we get like quarterly reports? I'm just curious how many calls will go out of town, in town, out of town too.
Absolutely. I can give you that. I'll tell you, they're not going to be very lengthy reports because it's not a very busy program, I'll say. But yeah, I can absolutely, at any point you guys want to, I'll be happy to provide breakdowns of the calls, where they are, what the costs were. That's not a heavy lift.
No, I understand that, but in the future, we're going to need to get more equipment or trucks that are very expensive.
Absolutely.
And so the issue will come up is they're going to be sharing with the county if we're providing the service.
Sure. Yeah, that was part of the negotiation last year. The big issue with this is that, I mean, it's already passed, so we don't have to go through all of it, but the hazmat program in the county was basically kind of left alone for 30 years. We just carried on 10-year shared service agreements. When the new administration took over was the first time the team said, we want some money to actually do this. And they stepped up to the plate, even though they hadn't budgeted for it or prepared for it. So that is part of the long-term discussion, getting more money and getting them to contribute to the capital replacement schedule, whether that be purchasing the apparatus or contributing to it. So that is all part of it.
Do you foresee the question of should the county take over hazmat?
Absolutely. That was a huge part of the discussion. So the problem with hazmat is, as you saw, we don't run a lot of hazmat calls. So the county-wide, there's probably about 150 calls a year. But you need to have 6 people on 24 hours a day dedicated to respond to hazmat. So that's not something that is easy for any to take on the cost of that. So in other counties, for example, Middlesex County is one of the examples people use. They have a full-time hazmat team provided by the county dedicated to respond, but they get UASC federal money to fund that. So Mercer County is not in the geographic realm that can benefit from UASC money. So we don't have funding to do all that. So the county, I think long-term, yeah, that would be the objective, is for the county to put a program on. But right now, I don't think it would make sense for any of them to put a team on like that.
You said there's 150 calls a year
Township or countywide.
for the county.
Yeah,
And there's only 2 towns that are responding right now.
yeah, correct.
So how many of those did we get?
Last year was 13.
So Trenton did the other 137.
Yep. Because the majority of the calls are in Trenton, Hamilton, and actually Hopewell Township, because the township prison, the county workhouse is there. And the number of white powder calls that Trenton Hazmat gets to the workhouse for people who try to mail paraphernalia into the prison is almost a weekly occurrence. They run a lot more calls than us, which is why if you look at the agreements, they're almost identical, but Trenton got more money than we did because they handle by far the calls.
And we also are responding to only 5 towns.
Correct. Yeah. And
Right.
5 towns that have a lower response rate. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if they need us, we still.
We
go
will
out.
Oh, 100%. Yep.
And we still have to make sure we have people on that.
So
trained,
we
not hazmat
only,
people.
we staff based on the needs here in town. We do not have 6 people on duty, which is the requirement. So we made an operational agreement with the county that we operate for hazmat calls on an overtime callback system. And if we can't comply with the 6 people minimum that the standard requires, we call Trenton. They're our backup teams because they have enough people on 24 hours a day. So rather than coming to the town and asking for more people, we came up with an agreement with Trenton where we'll handle these 5 towns. We'll try and do it with our staff. But if it's out of our scope or we're unable to staff, Trenton will come and take it, which is why, again, they got more money than we did.
Okay. And then, so if we only can get 4 people because we can't get the 2 more on over.
Then we go and assist.
Then
Trenton.
Trenton just takes the call.
Well, we work
Yeah.
together with Trenton.
Mhm.
We have a very good working relationship. So at that point, our would stay, Trenton would come, and we would work together to mitigate the call.
Oh, okay. So we would still send out, but then Trenton would take care of the extra.
The majority of the calls, over 90%, don't require of a hazmat team. If you look at I sent a breakdown of all the calls we had in 2013. 2024. I don't know where that came from.
The 13 number. That
Yeah. The majority of those calls are fluid spills on the roadway, which we can handle with the on-duty staff. The problem is the way the state statute is written, anytime you come into contact with a hazardous material, you have to be a technician level trained person, which the fire departments in the state are not trained to that level. So even if it's plugging a fuel tank, like if someone's car starts leaking gas in their driveway and they call AAA, AAA won't tow it until the fuel leak is secured. Well, the fire companies can't do that, so they have to call the hazmat team so that we can crawl under and stick some putty on a hole. So I don't need 6 people to do that, but it's still a technician level skill. So
That happened to a neighbor of ours. I remember they
Yep.
were waiting for.
yeah, because
fire
AAA will no longer tow a vehicle that's leaking fuel. So we get called out to all of those leaking fuel cars. Even if it's just a service call, we're going to have to come and make sure the car is safe before they can tow it. That's a hazmat call. So there's no cost. There's not a lot of time. It doesn't take any off-duty staff, but we still have to go and respond. It's still a data point for a hazmat team. That's the majority of what we're doing as hazmat. In my 20 years here in town on the hazmat team, I can recall less than half a dozen times where we had to do the true dressed out in a suit, going in with an entry and a decon team. It's just not a very common occurrence.
So the hazmat team, how many technicians or like firefighters, but they're technicians? That's very special certifications.
Correct.
Which take a lot of extra training,
Correct.
many, many hours.
Yep.
Are there also, does an ambulance also go out?
Yes.
It's required on each call.
Yes.
So that would be 2 more people?
No,
Or
because
that's
right
2?
now that's part of the staffing. So other than 7 to 3 Monday to Friday, Anytime we have dedicated EMTs, they are not hazmat technicians, but every other time, every other person that we have working for us is a hazmat tech. That's part of our team.
So there could be as much as 8 people going out?
No, there are 4 people on 24 hours a day that are hazmat techs. That's it. And then in addition to those 4, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday to Friday, we have 2 EMTs that work and staff an ambulance. Outside of those hours, the 4 people that we have on duty split, and 2 work on the engine, 2 work on the ambulance.
Yeah,
So-
so my concern is about the ambulance service. I mean, if an ambulance has to go out on each of those calls, then we have no ambulance coverage here. And that is a big deal, at least I think it is.
Fire call, hazmat call, anything.
Right, right.
Anytime that truck is on. We don't have an ambulance.
Yeah. So if we wanted that, then we'd have to go to full, 2 EMTs.
Yeah, we can
ambulance
discuss
for
that in
each.
close. Now you're getting toward,
Well,
personnel.
it is, but
Personnel.
there's a lot of concern.
Linda, we can discuss that in personnel. Thank you.
Well, okay.
There's a lot of rules we have to follow, and there's some discussions we can have.
We're not talking about personnel, we're just talking about the size of staff.
Correct. And
In this case, I think. we're
part of the
definitely-
mayor's recommendation is to hire 2
Yeah.
full-time EMTs. So when we get there,
Yeah.
we can have that discussion.
Yeah, I think Linda's not asking about the people necessarily, but she's saying there's a truck and then there's another truck. and
Right.
then- And if this truck is going here and the other truck's going there, then we don't have, let's say it's an ambulance. An ambulance.
Okay,
is
we'll
going
talk, we'll talk just positions. The mayor has, in this budget with a 0 increase, he has proposed to hire 1 firefighter.
But there's one ambulance.
And-
So,
And 2 EMTs.
no, I'm just, so, and that, let's not. talk
No,
about
we
the
have
budget.
3 ambulances, correct?
Yeah,
But
We have
and-
3
and-
physical ambulances, only one of them is staffed.
Andrea, I mean, what Linda is asking is the policy decision of who responds to what calls. That's not a council decision. I mean, that's a agreement between the EMS people and the volunteer fire companies. As I've explained, currently we have 6 people between 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. and 4 people between 3 p.m. and 6 a.m. With the addition of this, now we have 4 teams of 4 firefighters, 24 hours a day. Plus we will have fully staffed ambulance from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week.
Correct.
So that is in this proposed budget.
And who responds to what calls, and then if you're on a call, if another call comes, that's all protocol that's been well defined and they follow that protocol. I mean, that's, you can sit here and talk for next 3 days about all the situations that happen. But the established practice, that's what we follow.
You said 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week, we'll have the ambulance covered. But what happens 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.?
The 4
The
firefighters
4
assigned
firefighters
and
will
split,
take it.
and 2 respond on the engine, 2 respond on the
That's
ambulance.
the ambulance goes out every time in those calls.
And every time it's an ambulance called, out of service.
And that's why we have an extensive mutual call system in the county.
To
We don't
have,
want-
I mean,
Of course we don't, but it is what it is. There's
and-
never a perfect solution.
there's,
No, but you get,
I guess the real question is, how many incidents have we actually experienced where we had no truck to respond and had to call somebody else?
Hundreds.
Hundreds.
it's,
make a chart and
it's-
some
it's-
data. That, I think that would inform us a little bit. Because we don't. have that.
I mean, you got to be specific
Tim,
with
Tim,
what data.
one second.
Yeah.
When you say hundreds, there's very well defined protocol defined, right? It's called a box.
Yeah, we have box
Box
plans and
truck.
mutual aid
So,
agreements, so
when
that
a
if we're
call-
unavailable, we have mutual aid from other communities that come into West Windsor. So those calls did not go unanswered.
Yeah, I guess.
They were
the
not
real
answered by
question
West
is,
Windsor
How many
units.
times were we in a situation where we couldn't provide service, we collectively, the county, couldn't provide the service in the timely manner, missed our.
In the
Yeah.
county, including our mutual aid plans, I'd have to look into that. It's not often.
probably pretty small.
We're,
Yeah, it would be almost zero. It would be.
Yeah.
we're talking, there's two things. One of them is fire and the other one is ambulance. So I'm not
Yes,
sure
we
what-
are talking about two things, but
Yeah,
in
so
West
which-
Windsor, they are the same.
But, yeah. And then there's a number of calls that we do mutual aid. So how many times do we do mutual aid on either one of those? Probably pretty big for somebody
Yeah,
else.
how many times are we going out
So
of town?
if
to-
you want, I could just break down the call data for you last year. Last year, we had 2,825 calls for service. Of those calls, 2,003.
Excuse me, are those West Windsor calls or are those including?
These are
mutual aid?
total calls for service. I'll break it down by where they are. This is the number of times we were dispatched, was 2,825 times. Of those calls. Sorry. 1,528 of them were EMS assignments. The rest of them were a mixture of motor vehicle accidents, fires, vehicle fires, mulch fires, building fires, brush fires, elevator rescue, technical rescue, water rescue, hazmat, hazardous condition, interior gas leaks, carbon monoxide emergencies, odor smoke calls, and fire alarm systems. Then for mutual aid, we responded into Cranberry twice, East Windsor 16 times, Hamilton 5 times, Heightstown 4 times, Hopewell 2 times, Lawrenceville 65 times, Plainsboro 54 times, Princeton 275 times, Robbinsville 3 times, and Trenton 6 times. Now, the caveat I do want to add, the way our system codes calls the 275 times into Princeton, some of them may be actually in West Windsor just with a Princeton mailing address. So that number is not 100% accurate, but it's close. I would say we're over 200 times going mutual aid into Princeton.
Those Princeton addresses that are in West Windsor will not be mutual aid, right? They will be.
No,
West Windsor.
there are calls, and I say it's a coding. It populates based on the mailing address, and our people have to physically go in if it's in West Windsor but has a Princeton mailing address and change it over to West Windsor. So I'm guessing some of them got missed, but like I said, not 200 worth, but some of them I'm sure got missed.
But it looks like Lawrenceville and Plainsboro are higher number.
Yeah,
Mutual aid
yep.
for us.
Plainsboro is having issues with EMS. They can't hire EMTs, and they had a number of people who had medical issues. So there were a period of times last year where they didn't have an ambulance in service for a couple of weeks. Princeton has the same issues with staffing. If they can't get enough people to work, they just don't have an ambulance, and we cover their town. So, the idea of the mutual aid system is great. We are not the only town having these discussions. Everybody else is having the same staffing problems we are. So it's not I don't want to think that this is a West Windsor focused issue, but at the same time, the mutual aid system's getting strained.
And you can't charge, well, I guess ambulance you could charge.
We do.
We
If
do
they,
charge.
if they are not a resident, so any resident that gets an EMS bill does not get balance billed. We bill the insurance carrier, but we get payment in lieu of, taxes in lieu of payment for anything additional. So we don't have to go send them to collections. The Medicare reimbursement laws, anybody who is not a resident of the community, we have to attempt to collect. So if they don't live in West Windsor, they're getting billed.
Full balance.
Yeah, full balance.
Full back.
So if we get a mutual aid call, Princeton,
Mhm.
those residents are billed the full balance
The residents are billed.
in Princeton.
Into Princeton, whoever the patient is in Princeton, we get
Correct.
billed.
And that goes both ways.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
So our residents get full balance billed if we are in a mutual aid situation and they come into our town.
Right.
Okay.
That's a little odd to me because that would imply that the resident is penalized based on who ends up servicing them.
Yep.
They have
why
no
we're-
choice.
I equate it to the same thing as if you go to and get a surgery and your anesthesiologist isn't covered by your insurance. It's the same thing. You had no choice in it at all, but now you're not covered. So
And I don't believe in, personally, I don't believe in balance billing. I
Yeah.
think it shouldn't be part of the process, but it's a federal mandate.
yeah,
And we don't really believe in the balance billing, but we have no choice.
I mean, for outside.
That's right,
residents,
that's
or-
Correct.
yeah.
Well, I mean, there There is.
Because it's a two-way street and you
Now,
don't have a choice.
Medicare requires if you're going to bill for EMS, you have to attempt to collect from all patients. The only reason that's exempt for us is because we're a government service. So anyone who provides taxes to the government, we don't have to bill. But actually, Princeton, technically, they are not a government service. They're a private agency, so they have to balance bill everyone. So, it doesn't apply to everybody. We don't have any choice in the matter. This is entirely covered by federal regulation. If we want to keep our license, to be able to continue billing, that's what we have to do.
Trust me, Mr. Yates and I went round and round on this for some time.
Jim and I are in the same opinion about balance billing, that I disagree with it entirely.
We are
We
handcuffed.
don't have a choice.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to bill Medicare
Mhm.
for the service.
What if it's not Medicare? What if it's,
All the
Okay.
companies, if you're not compliant with the Medicare billing, you're not getting paid.
Correct.
so you have to do the same thing for everybody?
They are the standard. If you don't meet the Medicare standard, you're not, no insurance carrier.
They won't pay the bill.
And Medicare has some weird rules.
Yeah.
Do you have any feel for, do we tend to do more mutual aid than others? Does it balance out over the year?
We
Does it-
pull more mutual aid in than we send out. Princeton came into our town about 350 times last year, and that's just Princeton. I didn't look at the rest of them, but we pull more mutual aid than we
And
provide.
is that more for ambulance calls or is it more for other types of calls?
That's for all types of calls.
But
We pull a ton of mutual aid.
Okay, if you can go to page 3. The first section of
does anyone, before we go, does anyone have any questions about anything so far? We're fine. Okay, go ahead.
Personnel stuff.
So, the first budget is the Uniform Fire Code, and that budget is flat for this year.
Yep.
Questions on that? Then you can go to page, which is the emergency services budget, and there is an increase this year for that.
Yep. So I'll go through the increases, and if anybody has any questions about the other lines, I'll be happy to do it. But conferences and seminars, we increased from $500 to $2,500. Just the cost of conferences is up.
That's about,
That's a lot.
that's a lot.
Yeah,
Everything goes up a little bit, but
we weren't sending people to conferences
Yeah.
because we didn't have any money. So
500, you only spent 50.
out of that account, because I had to use our
Money for,
LEA trust fund penalty money to pay for people to go to conferences, which is not what that money is intended for, but
And they get credits like.
plus we had to
Yes.
reallocate money for repairs, which is the biggest increase on this budget line item. If you notice, it's going from 150 to 160. That's it's a $10,000 increase. And actually the largest amount because the cost of repairs
Yep.
has increased, as we all know. It's something that's hitting all our budgets.
The physicals here,
yeah,
look at, went up 33%.
Yep.
But I'm looking at the budget versus the expense, and
we did not spend any money on physicals last year because the plan was to have the
Have-
county
yeah.
spend the money on it, but that didn't.
so.
Plan was to use that money for purchase or pay for physicals for the volunteer fire companies, which we have never done historically. But there's a couple issues that have come up. One, we found out that part of the respiratory protection program is a fit test. There's also training on a respirator, and there's a third part that is a medical clearance from a doctor. It's a questionnaire that has to be filled out and submitted. Turns out that has not been being done. So we had to absorb that cost. It's almost $6,500 just for those questionnaires for the firefighters this year. And I also started getting quotes to bring in an outside vendor that basically they bring in a tractor trailer that's set up as a medical office, and everybody churns through it and gets a physical. And we could get them to come in and provide physicals to the volunteer fire companies because we have never offered them to the fire companies before.
How much would that cost though? I mean, there's a lot of volunteers.
It depends on so for the truck, the truck where they come on site is the cheapest that we found. Sending them to our vendor that we send like new firefighters for their entry level physical, it's about $1,000 a person for a physical. The vendor that we came in, it's a flat fee per day. They can get up to 24 done in a day, and it was about $600 a person. So the idea would be to bring that truck in preferably 2 times a year. It's not going to cover all the members of the volunteer fire company, but it's a start. And right now we've got 0 baseline.
Okay.
So that's what this is going for. We did.
It's the intention of keeping the physical line. Even though the county's going to start absorbing the cost of physicals for my division, now we could use this money to start providing physicals to the fire companies.
Is that required, like a law that says?
The ordinance and the law requires that they have at least 1 physical. That's a requirement to get into the Firemen's Association. But some of these members have gotten physicals for the Relief Association in the 80s or 90s, and that was the last time anybody spoke to them. So
So this physical is separate from what a person might do on their own. For
Correct.
their annual physical.
yeah,
Right? So, and you just mentioned that there's a part questionnaire that everybody has.
yeah,
to take.
respiratory protection questionnaire.
Okay, so, and in addition to that, you have to have physical by
By
the
a doctor.
vendor of choice.
Yep.
And this physical, is it just, okay, we want to know a baseline, or is there a possibility of somebody failing?
There's absolutely a possibility of someone failing. There's an NFPA standard that requires that you must meet certain health criteria in order to be a firefighter. And the whole point is to prevent people from dying while they're conducting the work of being a firefighter, which, you know, the #1 cause of firefighter fatality is cardiac health, lack of cardiac health. So not doing physicals on people so that they might, just because they might fail.
I know, I'm just asking.
Yes,
Yeah.
there is absolutely
Yeah.
a possibility
Yeah.
people would not fail and be able to be a firefighter. or
Okay,
not
so
pass.
this is a pass-fail type of physical. It's not just like, well, we know you have this and.
Correct. There is a minimum standard.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So this is the first time we are trying to do it this year.
correct. Yep.
Do we have a planned or scheduled day to?
And,
for-
yeah, I wanted to see if this was something that the town was interested in continuing to fund before I looked any further into it. So I have gotten quotes from vendors. That's as far as I got, though. We haven't looked at scheduling or anything.
Have you discussed this with the volunteer chiefs?
2 or 3 years ago, but that was when I first started looking at trying to do this, but it has not been a recent discussion.
I would just suggest, I know communication is an issue. And I have faith in you and the paid professionals, and I have faith in the volunteers that somehow some of these type of issues and other issues, if we sit down, we just work through it. We talk, we communicate, we have regular meetings like what is it, EMS,
EMC.
EMC committee meetings. And we start building or rebuilding relationships that we can get through a lot.
Sure.
A lot.
Sounds like a plan.
That's a goal. That's a goal, I think, for 2025 to be added. Let's work together. Let's have those conversations. And let's make it.
I would be happy to work together with anyone who's willing to come to the table.
All right. Any other questions
If
on
we could add that to the 2025 goals.
It is in there.
any other questions on the OE budget? We can move to the capital. Okay, if you go under Public Safety tab, page 59. Okay.
All right, page 59. AED program, there's a $25,000 a year annual program to continue to purchase and replace AEDs as they go bad. They have about a 10-year lifespan on them. This will give us the opportunity to buy between 8 and 10 AEDs a year, depending whether we need to buy hard cases or wall mounts. So we don't have a hard number, but between 8 and 10 AEDs a year, and rotate them through before they reach the end of their service life. So we don't run into the same problem we did last year, where all of a sudden we had 15 AEDs that just were no good anymore.
And this will allow us to keep up.
Correct. Yeah, this not only, we replaced all the AEDs that were bad with money that the council allocated last year. The plan now is to continue to add to the fleet and rotate out older AEDs as they go. So we have a constant rotation of 4 or 5 a year that'll just get surplus, and then we'll get replacements.
So we have AEDs on each apparatus?
Not yet.
Not
No. So all of the front line, the first responding pieces will have them. All the police officers have them. The ambulances have them. There's been 4 assigned to each fire company. And then with the money this year, we're hoping to start to allocate more to the rest of the fire fleet and to start getting some of the secondary vehicles like chief's cars, the inspector cars, things like that. So we would have more AEDs available. There's also funding to add one. I know there's requests to make sure there's one in the Arts Council, and we want to evaluate all the township buildings. I know Ken from Rec Department asked about adding one at the pavilion in the
Community park.
community park. Yeah. So we're going to look at things like that where we
Yeah,
want to
because
add them.
A lot of events
Right.
occur there.
Sure. There, Ward Field, maybe like, yeah, any of the township owned areas where there may be a need for something like this is where we could look at.
Field would
And-
be like all the sports fields
Yeah.
where we have a lot of events and.
And the
bigger
upside-
Events would be. a
Yeah,
good
yeah,
idea.
exactly. And the upside to the AEDs that we have or that we're buying is they're geolocated, and we can cloud-based check them for make sure the battery's okay, the pads are okay. So, you know, if somebody grabs it and uses it, we're going to get a notification that an alert that it was used. We would also know if somebody took it. So just in case they happen to walk away, and then if anything goes wrong with it, we'll know without having to drive to all the locations and check on them all. So
Yeah, we probably need some good signage, letting people know where these are and the
Yep.
places.
They can
So-
post it outdoors too. I mean, it would have to be, right? If you're at
I didn't hear you.
community park, where
Yeah.
would you put it? At the pavilion on the outside?
We'd have to look and see where the
Yeah.
best, we want to make sure it's visible and easily located and
Yes.
Yeah.
accessible. So, we don't have locations picked, but I'd work with Ken and probably Public Works to make sure that we had it mounted somewhere that was
So we're looking at adding another 10, 12?
about 5 a year, or excuse me, between 8 and 10 a year.
So then at some point, this is going to have to go up for the replacement number too.
Probably if the prices increase, but
For as we have to replace more of them.
no, the plan is with the
So-
money that's allocated, this is enough that we will be able to rotate the older ones out
Yeah.
and replace them.
So this is enough for the new number that's going to be a higher
Correct.
number that's out there.
Yep. Yeah, by the time we get all of
Okay.
the apparatus allocated, we'll be back into rotating out old AEDs, and we'll just keep purchasing and replacing as they go bad.
How long will that take?
It's about a 10 to 12 year lifespan on the AEDs. So
So is 25,000 enough each year?
for now, I think that as we get closer to in 10 years or so, when we get closer to the end of the first round's lifespan, we'll have to reevaluate that, but
Yeah, and then that's done every year.
Yeah.
Like Tim will take, when he puts his budget together next September,
Right.
is when we actually start, for the following year. The items from 26 on are just for management purposes, and it gives us an
Yeah, it
idea.
all depends on the cost.
Correct. So he may come back next year and say he needs 30,000, 40,000.
And this is just capital. If there's the parts like the pads and stuff that have to be replaced, that's under an operating.
correct.
budget.
Yeah, we have money for that in the operating budget. And that's the other thing. These AEDs, the old ones had a lifespan of 18 months to 24 months on the AED pads. These have
Yeah.
4 to 5 years. So
So, but
Yep.
those, and that'll come under the operating budget and
Yep.
those, and you'll be able to keep track of all those, especially if they're all networked. and
Correct.
stuff.
Yep.
Okay.
So the fire trucks, get them all this year?
they should, maybe not every fire truck, but every frontline piece, and probably most of the chief's trucks will have them after the end of this year.
So essentially, anytime there's an emergency call, there should be at least one vehicle. that
Every
shows up
time there's an
there.
emergency call, there's
Mm.
4 or 5 AEDs on scene at
So,
least.
Yeah.
Because every cop car, every ambulance, our fire truck, most of the front line. So yeah, there's a lot of AEDs floating around in town.
Okay.
And in fact, I think that one of the next things we wanted to look at was the public works vehicles, at least having like supervisor vehicles or something.
Well, that would have the advantage of a vehicle that might be on its own.
Exactly.
Yeah, that would be there. All right, next.
Next is the communication. This is, started to mention it before, the county is phasing out their radio system to update to a new radio system. So this is the final round of us purchasing from our original purchase. And then as you see, the money goes down starting next year. That's for the parts that we're going to need as the county. They haven't yet chosen their radio system. So that's kind of a holder right now. I don't think we're going to need more than that based on what we've been told. But once they actually purchase their new radio system, we'll have more details on that. So.
But as you mentioned, we can use our current radio
Correct.
system and transition into.
They may need to be reprogrammed, but the physical radios that we have will still be usable on the new system.
It's just for the 3 fire companies, or is it just for the, for 45?
It's for everybody. Yeah, we purchase and maintain the radios for all 3 agencies. The next is an annual project, $75,000 a year for replacement of fire equipment. The equipment has a lifespan, it starts to go bad.
And then do we have how much previous funds are left? On this usually-
Not with me, but there's not much.
Okay.
There is so
Much.
much.
I'm using last year's money and there's probably less than $15,000 left.
Usually when we have something that's a sort of an ongoing fund, we kind of
Yeah.
need to know.
This line item gets spent pretty quickly
Yeah.
because of the cost of the items.
Yeah. You know, fire hose, the thermal imaging cameras now cost $4,000 or $5,000. Like everything is just very expensive. And to make it worse, all the regulatory agencies are starting to put total lifespans on everything. So now we can't just keep it until it's no longer serviceable. We have to, there's expiration dates on equipment.
Shelf
So
life on every piece.
what is, like, do you know how many years?
Usually it's 10 or 15 years. That's what they're starting to go with. But like the ballistic equipment that we use for active shooter response has a 5-year lifespan on it. The personal protective equipment has a 10-year lifespan. Last year, it used to be the PPE was only your coat and your pants. Now your helmet, gloves, boots can't be more than 10 years old. And the helmet costs that used to be about $400 are now about $1,600. So everything is becoming way more expensive and has a shorter lifespan on it. So this $75,000 a year does not have the
Goes-
legs
goes
that it
very
used
quickly.
to. Yeah.
I guess bicycle
that-
helmets have a date also, so.
So that's something to look.
Yeah, he may
keep in mind
adjust that in
going
the future.
forward. That might go up,
Yes. Yeah.
right?
This already did in the last 2 years ago or 3 years ago. It was $50,000
That's what I
every
was
other
recalling, it was
year.
50 before.
And that wasn't, so this is doing well for us now, but as John said, it may in the future need to be reevaluated.
Next page, 62.
Modal data terminal and automatic vehicle locators, Mercer County, who runs our fire dispatch system.
62?
Oh, I'm sorry, did I skip?
Yeah.
62 is the
Yep,
PPEs.
sorry about that. Yeah, PPE for firefighters. This is PPE for purchasing turnout coats, boots, helmets, gloves. We also use it to purchase technical rescue PPE, life jackets, helmets, things like that for all of our other specialties for us and the fire companies.
So
So,
we provide for all the volunteer fire companies.
Yes,
as
yeah,
well.
the town purchases and provides all the PPE. Right now, we do not provide hoods, gloves, or boots to the fire companies. That's an old
But the
agreement.
coats, trousers.
We buy the helmets, the coats, and the trousers, which are the most expensive. That's about a $4,000 piece of the set.
Yeah, because
You said 4,000?
About, I can give you exact numbers, but about 4,000.
because there's a lot of new volunteers coming online, junior firefighters and all. And won't get into all of that because you can work with volunteer fire companies as to how the equipment is being used
Yep.
by whom, and to sort of save money too.
Hopefully we get more volunteers and next year we'll have to increase this line item.
Yeah.
There's price, I do see
All
that.
right.
See it.
what is the
Do we
full?
have a backlog of PPEs in either of the three agencies, or we
What do you
have?
mean a backlog?
Like, do we have sufficient PPEs?
No, we had to rent 7 sets of turnout gear to send new firefighters through.
For training?
Yeah.
So what does like a full suit cost?
For boots, gloves, pants, coat, helmet, everything, it's about 5,200, 5,000, somewhere in that range. It depends on what kind of gloves you buy, what kind of boots you buy. You know, rubber boots are cheaper than leather boots, and a plastic helmet's cheaper than a leather helmet. And so it depends. There's variables in there.
And
but-
will they have different shelf life for a plastic? helmet?
No, they used to, but now, no, everything
So that's not a.
Everything is what, 10
okay.
years, you said?
10 years for
That's it.
PPE.
Okay, so you're basically looking at 10 sets here.
Yeah, about 10 sets. So
Per
the
year.
plan was we would give 4 sets to each volunteer fire company and 2 would be allocated to the career staff. Ideally, that gives us 100 sets on a 10-year rotating because they're only good for 10 years. And actually, I want to clarify that. The state statute does not make the gear expired at the end of 10 years. So for example, my turnout gear that's in my truck right now is 13 years old and it's still perfectly legal, perfectly acceptable. I can keep wearing it. It's when we send people to training academies, specifically for firefighter 1 or firefighter 2, the entry level training. All of the fire academies in the state have adopted the NFPA standard and won't allow anyone to attend training in gear that's more than 10 years old, which means we're sending people through initial recruit training and brand new turnout gear, which gets destroyed in the training. And then we have to buy new sets of turnout gear. So this is, again, not just us as a statewide issue, but it's a problem and we have not yet come up with a solution
So
for
it's
it.
more academy enforced
Yep.
cost as
The
opposed
way
to-
the state statute is written, as long as your gear isn't torn, as long as it's still serviceable, you can keep wearing it. So we have to do annual turnout gear inspections, which is under the law. We have to do it. And as long as it passes the inspection, you can keep wearing it. So we have gear that is serviceable for 15 to 17 years. But
And Tim has actually, there's a vendor in out of state that specializes in repairs, and Tim every year sends several pieces of equipment to this vendor to have them
That-
recertified.
yeah, what we try and do is when the gear hits 9 years old, we send it to the vendor, have anything replaced on it, repaired,
Yep.
and then it gets recertified. And that way we're good for another 4 or 5 years unless something happens. But
So it almost seems like it's better to rent, borrow, or whatever.
the rental
gear
is
to-
way too expensive.
that's
For
too-
6 months, we're paying about $6,000 for 7 sets a
Yeah,
gear.
so
It's
give-
way too
give
much.
For
it up
one
purchasing.
set or for?
7 sets of gear.
For 7 sets of
It's like
gear?
7 or
Okay.
800, I don't remember, $700 or $800 for a 6-month rental of turnout gear. And that's just, we had to do it because we didn't have gear to provide these guys to go through training. So we had to do it, but I would never want to do that again. We could look at long-term lease purchase options, but that changes how we can buy. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
exactly,
And it's a 6-month training then.
but not
no.
quite as 4-ish months. Yeah.
Okay, maybe need a swap program somewhere.
You mentioned we do not have sufficient PPEs
Correct.
available. Does it make sense that we raise so we could get more? Like raise the budget so we could get more PPEs? Because at the end of the day, safety of our responders is important.
Maybe, Allison, why don't you put that on the wrap up?
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. If you
How's
could
that?
discuss that,
Because
yeah, that would be great.
We're kind of coming up here where there doesn't.
So
seem to be a
increase
solution.
capital, PPE.
And if we could have before that, some kind of an idea of what, like how many people we send or what would be the ideal number?
We can
As
tell you
far-
right now then,
Yeah.
maybe.
I don't have that information. The problem is we don't have
We're in the process of doing an updated inventory,
yes, that's a
Okay.
good thing.
okay?
Get it.
Yeah.
So it would help if
Mhm.
before they wrap up, if we could have.
We'll have a rough idea for you. Yes, we'll give you something.
We could discuss
Yeah,
it.
Tim will give me an idea on what he thinks
Right,
he would
so-
need. And as far as number of units, and I'll just translate that into the dollar.
Yeah, and if you could send that to us, well, the wrap up's on Thursday.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
we'll try to get it to you tomorrow.
yeah,
yeah.
so we can get something tomorrow so we can take a look at, and maybe even if you want 2 levels of
I just want to
options,
clarify
the
what
idea-
exactly you want. You want me to tell you how many sets of gear we would need to purchase or?
From what you're telling us, we're probably not replacing gear as much as we need, and then there seems to be another issue with the training, which I guess everybody's
That's
going
an issue.
through.
We also have an inventory control issue.
Well, at this point, we don't want to leave anybody without proper gear. So that's, I think, the
Haven't.
first
Okay.
priority. We don't, but if we can make a dent in the gear issue, what would you, you can give us your absolute ideal and you can give us, I think this will help. and
Sure,
maybe
you
we
need
could
that by
look.
Thursday?
Tomorrow.
That's when we're doing our wrap up. So, and then they want to start working on the final budget. So,
I will work
Yeah.
on that today.
right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Page 64.
Anything else on the gear? Carmen? Yeah, just looking at page 63, I see $400,000.
Page 64.
I know, I'm not,
Oh.
just throwing that one in here. It's for next year. That $400,000 is something we would need for hazmat.
Yep.
So
This is
that's
something that's been on the books for a number of years and we just keep pushing it
right,
further.
but I
So-
we were just relating it to what we were talking about with the
Yep.
county, that becomes a matter of, is this something? We want to keep some kind of track of, if we're going to stay in this business, how much we need somebody to come up and help
I-
out, shall we
So
say?
the one thing I do want to point out is whether or not we stay in the county shared service agreement, we still have hazardous materials issues here in the community, which is why all this gear was purchased to begin with. So
Yeah, but
all
I'm
of
talking
the-
about this truck here.
I know,
for- yeah.
what I'm saying is whether or not we participate in the county hazmat agreement, we still have to have decon supplies for our hazardous materials. So, whether,
If presumably if the county took it over, I would assume we wouldn't need to have a hazardous materials.
if the
Yeah.
county took it over, but I
Or-
don't, okay.
So, or if we're asking the county to pay our true cost, then this becomes.
Yeah,
what
Tim,
true
Tim
cost-
has that info.
Right.
Vehicles and what items that he
Mhm.
would have.
Still saying we have 13 calls, let's say, last year, so we're still gonna get calls,
Yes,
regardless of the county.
correct.
Well, no, if somebody else is responsible for it, they get the call instead of us.
If the
Mhm.
county took over the whole program.
That's a big.
So the,
Or if Trenton took.
I don't think
the
they
whole-
have
However
any-
they're going to do it.
I don't think they have any plan or interest in doing that. The latest was that if we were not going to do it, they would turn it over to Trenton. And I don't know if Trenton has any interest in doing it. And
Okay, but if this,
You're
this-
getting- that's way down.
this is a cause for us to stay in the business for the whole county, and we
Yeah.
should,
And
we shouldn't know what that is.
he does have that information.
Mhm.
Yes.
And it's.
The next page, page 64, the county is switching the way that they dispatch fire apparatus. Historically, it was based on each fire chief would define a plan. I want East Windsor's engine and I want Plainsboro's ladder truck to come to my fire. That's not the way the county's doing it anymore. It's going to be based on closest available unit. So if I'm going to design a response plan, let's say for this building, and I want 2 engines and a ladder, I tell the county I want 2 engines and a ladder, not that I want Plainsboro's engine and Robbinsville's engine, and then they dispatch based on closest available unit. So that way, everybody in the county gets the fastest, best service that they can get. But part of that is purchasing and installing automatic vehicle locators in the trucks. So that's what this is for us to get MDTs and AVLs that would tie us into the county dispatch center. We would be able to get live CAD information from them on the MDT, and they would be able to use the vehicle locator to dispatch us to the closest available call.
We'll have to install it in every apparatus, basically. right?
Correct. Yep.
And the county will know where each of these vehicles are at any time.
Correct. Yep. For the record, we already have these in the ambulances, so they're already tracking, and it's helped quite a bit because it's changed the mutual aid system. It used to be whoever was the most convenient person for the dispatcher to send was who was going to get sent. What I mean by that is if there was an incident at Quaker Bridge Mall, well, County Central, in order to dispatch us, has to pick up the phone and call West Windsor Police and say, hey, dispatch the ambulance to go to Quaker Bridge Mall. So they'd send Princeton because all they have to do is push the button. This is going to change all of that. They're just going to send the closest available unit. We'll get automatically notified. It's going to be a much more efficient, safer system for everybody in the county.
This will be more quicker
Correct, yeah.
response because.
Ideally, everybody should get a better, faster response under this system than they were before.
So based on the location of the incident,
Yep.
whoever is closest gets there
Yep.
first.
And an example I'll give you is that right now, all the dispatch locations are based on what the station is. But if our truck is out of the station, say over at Mercer County College doing an inspection, and a call comes in at Harrison and Route 1, well, we're not very close anymore because we're over there. So they'll send Princeton and Plainsboro instead of us because we're on the Hamilton side of town. So it allows for that movement of vehicles and getting you the right piece at the right time.
Okay. Sounds
Okay.
sufficient.
Next page would be 73. And
I know we're going to 73, but 67, This one is for next year, replacement of engine 45. The cost is 2.25.
Yeah.
Like right now, wasn't it last year or this year?
For an engine is 1.2 million.
1.2 or 1.4, I
Yep.
thought.
Yeah, it's just an estimate at this stage. So, I mean, it's subject to
It's going be a
change.
Bigger unit? or-
Yes, the idea is to replace it with it's called a quint. So it would have a ladder on top. You ever seen ladder 43?
Yes.
Very similar to that, but with a longer ladder on it. That's the plan.
Right now, how high can the ladders go? Like 4 stories?
It depends. So ladder 43 is a 75-foot ladder, and it depends how close you get to the building, because that 75 feet is at 80 degrees. So it depends on where you are in the building. Ladder 44 is a 100-foot ladder, but that's also a much larger truck and has a larger spread. So again, it depends on where you could place it, but we could use 4 or 5 stories is about what we can get depending on placement of the vehicle. The plan with the new truck would be to buy either 105 or 107 foot straight stick ladder that we would be able to get closer to the vehicle and have a further reach with. That would help us with a lot of these new larger garden apartment style buildings that are coming in. This was a goal of not just me, but the volunteer fire chiefs when engine 44 was up for replacement, but we didn't have enough money funded for that. So the choice was to move forward with that truck and budget to replace this truck with a quint instead.
That go up to 10 stories?
No,
No.
6, 5.
probably about 6. With 6 stories is all we really need in town. The tallest building we have is BlackRock on Alexander Road. It's 6 stories. And we also have a very good relationship with the planning board. So we're able to develop these buildings where the apparatus can get close enough and park where they can reach all the places that we have to. So
Yeah, we are liaisons.
yeah.
Page 73. This is just, the general fund that we set aside, like we do for any other building that we own. That's for Princeton Junction Firehouse. It's a $25,000 fund. Any questions?
Do we know how much is in there now?
This one I do not.
Not much. I know that a lot of it has been used. We had to replace an air conditioner. We had to replace a roof. There were issues with the doors. So we've been steadily depleting that fund over the last couple of years.
The sprinkler system at 43,
Yeah.
is that we talk about that now, or is that different? Around administration discussion.
That's already
That
funded, so it wouldn't be.
Because we funded, I think it was $175,000 2 years ago.
It is funded. So that's the agreement that we discussed that we were working on.
Right.
And then we'll,
know.
because it will have to go out to bid and engineer. So that's something that the process.
We funded that 2 years ago. Will that, the fund that we funded, budgeted 2 years ago, work now, 2 years later with the inflation and costs and everything else?
That's what I'm worried about. And I don't know if we had budgeted for an architect to come in. It's an older building. Because, when you start opening up ceilings or walls, you find a lot of different things.
Mhm.
And the codes have changed, right?
Mhm.
They have changed tremendously since it was installed
Mhm.
decades ago. So that's my worry. If we're getting into doing other sprinkler system renovations or new sprinkler systems, shouldn't we have money in there for an architect to look at this? I don't know if it's just a clean.
I don't know. I've never done anything with the installation of a sprinkler system.
That's
so.
why I think the agreement is the essential part of this, because it is not our building, but it is equipment.
Yeah, so it's a little more.
Fold, and that's why I think that
Right.
having that agreement that I've been.
But we
working
can
on-
use part of that 175,000 to hire an architect if we so desire. If we need to hire an architect, we can use part of that money to hire an architect.
That's fine. Like my concern is we budgeted it 2 years ago. Will the funds?
We
be
probably won't.
enough?
Yeah, we won't know until an architect kind of takes a look at it and tells us, to be honest with you.
But but I think that's our fear that, and this is coming up because.
Well, then I have to come back to you and ask for more money. So if that's the case, and we'll go from there. First, we have to get an agreement. Once the agreement's done, then we will go and hire an architect and figure out exactly what the cost is.
I think the issue here is that it's already been 2 years and we don't want to have, say we'd get the agreement in a couple of weeks, whatever that might take. And then we get the architect and then the architect comes in.
Yeah, we can't do anything till we have an agreement because we don't own the building. That's part of the
I
problem.
understand that.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I think what everyone's a little concerned about here is that we do all that, the architect comes in with something that's $30,000 over what we already have for the last 2 years, and then somebody says, oh, we have to wait for the 2026 budget. So I think that's the concern. Is there funds somewhere that if there is a reasonable increase in this cost, we will still be able to do that this year once all of this other stuff gets done?
We will, unless it goes like up 10 times, we will have money in the budget to do that.
So the deal is nobody's going to.
If it's like the mayor said, if it's reasonable, we could probably work something out. If not, then we may have to come to you for more money.
50,000 more. I mean, that's what we're budgeting for some of these other sprinkler systems. That's what's catching our attention too.
Yeah, it is the year of the sprinkler system.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if we do and what need to.
Senior center,
Uh,
yes,
For the first time.
44.
both. Yeah, yeah. It's the year of the sprinkler.
So the question is, if we do need to find that money.
So once we
say,
start
oh, we would-
doing those, we'll get a better idea too.
We would want to put the money in now as opposed to
Should we
having a.
match the money with the
No,
other
you don't
systems
need
that we
to
are
put the
putting in?
money now. We will have money in the budget. As I said, I mean, if you don't know how much more money to put in, if it's not unreasonable change, there's money in the budget. As you know, when you issue bond, you don't issue bond, or you don't identify every item with X item, Y dollar, Y item, Z dollar. You have a whole bunch of items identified and a fixed amount of money. That money can be, I mean, one item comes higher, one item comes lower, as long as the overall items come within that allocated money, we are okay. So we will, I mean, worst case scenario, we'll have to come back to the council and say that, okay, we may have to move money from this bucket in the bond ordinance to this bucket in the bond ordinance. But as long as the price increase is reasonable, we'll be able to do that. So there's no need to add more money.
No, I understand that. What I was trying to get to is based on, because as John said, this is the year of sprinkler system and we are funding different projects. Should we try to match the same amount for this 43 as well?
As I said, I mean, when we present you with the capital budget, we do it planned according to how much bonds we want to issue, how much bonds we want to retire, what the interest is going to be in future years. There's a lot of thought goes behind that. And when I tell you there will be money in the budget, we will find money in the budget. In the worst case, I just have to come back and say we need to move money from bucket X to bucket Y. So.
All right, thank you.
The worst case is we'll just have to do a budget, a bond ordinance amendment, which requires a resolution.
And members of the public who are listening to try and follow this discussion, there was I guess the township paid for the sprinkler system.
Yeah, 30 years ago.
30 years ago, whatever the numbers.
Yeah.
Right, and there was an agreement at the time when it needed to be replaced.
That the
The
town would do.
township would do that, so just so people understand.
Yeah, even like, 43 owns the building, but we have township, expensive township equipments housed there.
$1,000 worth of
So,
equipment
right,
in there.
exactly.
That's a good investment. I'm just.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and that was all discussed and approved about 2 years ago and we're just
Yes.
waiting for that to happen. Okay.
You'll never hear me try and talk you out of putting in a sprinkler system.
I know you're the sprinkler system, yes.
Okay, page 74? 75. And this is something we've been putting off for about 4 or 5 years and we're at a point now, it's time to.
We talked about that.
Yeah. It's pretty bad. I'd invite any of you to come down and view the parking.
Yeah, it's crumbling.
It's been a while that we have gotten a tour of the building. Maybe we should.
Yeah.
Whatever
try
you
to
want.
arrange one.
I'd be happy to show you around.
I think it might.
Lots of
it might
changes.
Benefit the council to come
I'd be happy to.
come in
Yeah.
and see.
I think that's it for me.
It is. Thanks, Tim.
Does anybody have a, just throwing one out? If anyone else has any other questions for Tim? No, we're all good. Thank you,
Thank you
Tim.
all.
Thank you,
Thank
Tim.
Tim.
Thanks, Tim.
Want before police, or we could have lunch after police? Well, now? Chief's been here, so I'm thinking,
You want to,
I want to, we could probably do lunch after. Yeah. But, at this point, I think we're looking at having the police come and present, and then we'll probably take our lunch break before. Okay, thank. Hmm?
order something?
Oh, no, we all
can
brought
have some
something, but
Special orders?
yeah, yeah. You can bring the police dogs in, they can come
You
sniff
pick out
at it, you
lunch.
know, yeah. All right, thank you. Everybody in the town knows the chief, but please introduce yourself. And
Rob Garofalo, Chief of Police for West Windsor Township.
we can start with the 2024 accomplishments and the 2025 goals.
Sure. Well, good afternoon. I would say good morning, but we've clearly
It's
passed
afternoon.
that point.
It's officially afternoon.
Yeah, except if you're thinking daylight savings and then we're still in the morning, so. Okay, so.
My kids have delayed school opening this week,
Nice.
thanks to juniors sitting in on NJ GPA tests.
So in 2024, our accomplishments, thank God, are numerous. I'll give you the quick highlights. So we responded to over 35,000 calls for service. We handled over 1,400 motor vehicle accidents, and we conducted nearly 6,000 car stops, radar enforcements, and selective enforcements. So we're out there. Yes, we're out there. Over 6,000. We've done. Of those, 1,900 people, plus 1,900 people received tickets in some way, shape, or form. So we are out there. Our drone unit has become 24/7, where we are on call 24/7 with our drones. Probably one of the most successful units in the entire county. And now it's being mirrored by the entire county. So
We've
every,
been ahead of the game.
oh, we were. Not without controversy, many, many years ago. Caught a lot of grief,
Well, I
but,
was around.
Oh, no, we backed it.
I supported that, remember?
oh, you guys did.
Yes.
And you know what? You're supporting that drone unit and the mayor's support of that drone unit. You guys have saved hundreds of lives. What you've done is directly responsible for people who were saved on the brink of suicide and other issues. And because of that drone being in the air, they were spotted and saved. So I think it's worth it if we just saved one person. So you are directly responsible for that. And most recently, we had a elderly female who had serious dementia. She left her house and she walked over 1.5 miles on the train station tracks in the pitch black dark, and literally feet. She was on the tracks, not by the woods, any of it. She was on the tracks, feet away, and walked over 1.5 miles on those tracks. And we had dogs, officers, we had everything out there.
Oh, I remember.
And the first unit to spot it was one of our drones and spotted her from the air. And we were able to get her the help.
During winter time.
Oh, yeah, it was
Was
freezing cold.
freezing.
I'm amazed that she was out just in little clothing as possible.
Hmm.
And we brought her out safely. The
That was
family
cute.
could not be more ecstatic.
That was quick too.
Yes,
Yeah.
but that's the direct result. That's what kind of results these drones can have. And previously we had a suicidal individual, another one that was a direct save. This woman was going to the train station to commit suicide. And thankfully, we had drones up in the air and our guys were out there looking. We had people walking all up and down the tracks. We had people everywhere. It's the middle of the night. And they picked up a little blip from the heat-seeking thermals. And they were able to pick that up. They ended up going to that location and she was sitting there waiting for the next train. And she was going to jump in front of the next train.
Yeah.
So, and now she's healthy, happy, and because of those efforts. So extremely successful unit, and I cannot thank you guys enough because with your support, we continue that. And now the entire county is on board with
Yeah,
that.
I think
So-
we started that, was it 2018
Yeah,
when
it
we
was
did the
long
first
ago.
mayor's ball and West
Exactly.
Windsor gives back. Yeah.
Yep.
So I remember we really pushing that.
And that unit, you talk about with our 2025 goals, that unit is expanded enough where we are 24/7. The county is now involved with that, with a drone strike force as well. And you're talking about water saves, people that could be stuck on the ice. We can get a drone and a life vest out to them. Some of the major hurricanes we've had people who were trapped on top of their cars and water flows. We've flown life vests out to them with a rope. So there is just, we can spend the whole time just talking about, how we've helped the people of this town and other towns with that. So we move on.
Yeah.
Community care, we'll move past that. Canine unit operations, we continue to do that. Our canines are bomb detection as well as narcotics detection. And our narcotics detection has done a great deal of work with the state police. Because when we put our narcotics detection dog in place many years ago, that dog was one of the only dogs that was not trained. We saw the foresight in not training that dog in marijuana.
Right.
So because of that, state police lost just about every dog they have. And they utilized ours in and around the area. And we were part of that team for quite a while. So we have taken a lot of very bad and dangerous drugs off the street with that. Our bomb detection unit obviously works all over. If you know, every single major event we have at the park and we have at our park and any type of event, including the holiday tree lighting, we always do some type of bomb sweep. So, and it doesn't matter what type of event it is, we try and make it a standard for everything, just to make sure everybody's safe. It's what we have and we utilize it. And if we can't get a dog, because we're part of this partnership, which is the Render Safe Task Force, we can ask for a dog from any number of other agencies out there. And when we had an issue at the school many years back, we had some type of event where we thought there was a bomb in the school. This was years and years and years ago. We contacted the Render Safe Task Force with our dogs, and we had 17 dogs show up in 15 minutes. So, and they were able to clear that school in a matter of minutes and make it safe for the students to go back in. Our task force and tactical collaborations, we are part of the Mercer County Homicide Task Force, where we send detectives out with that, and they become part of that. We have officers assigned to the Computer Crime Task Force, and of course, the Mercer County Tactical Team, which all our officers participate in. And because of our participation, we reap the benefits of any time we have an incident or anything, we can utilize those units and we get priority for those units. So it's very useful. The Class 3 program was something that, of course, was controversial almost 10 years ago, which I know very well.
I remember that.
And now,
I supported it.
when we have a Class 3 officer who's not in the school because he's out sick, we get yelled at. Where's the Class 3 officer? Why aren't they here? Why aren't they in my school? And we are now a leading program in the nation for that. So people are asking us from all over, how did you do this? This is a great program. Our residents are mad at us because we don't have such a great program.
The cost, that 300,000, if I remember, 2018, 19, whenever that was, that hasn't changed. So is that?
No, it's a shared services with the school board.
Mhm.
The total budget's 485,000, which we could use between salary and wages and OE. We have broken it down in the past, 300,000 for salary and wage, 185 for equipment and training and things of that nature.
Okay.
This year, if you notice, when I give you the state format, it's only going to have one line item for the shared services, so we don't distinguish between the two. So it would give us more flexibility because our salary and wage, we actually hit the limit last year with our salary and wage. We're fully staffed, I think, now on our Class 3s than we never were in the past. So it's more of salary and wages than anything else. Our OE budget is rather small compared to what we used to put in the budget. So to give ourselves flexibility, I made that change this year in the 2025 budget. Doesn't affect anything between us and the school. It just allows me to pick between OE and salary and wage Because when you do a shared services, you're not allowed to do a transfer. So if you put that line item that way outside, because you're outside caps, it will not allow you to do a transfer.
And now we're fully staffed and we're still
Yeah.
covered and everything.
So we're using more of the salary and wage because we, with Plainsboro, the school district, and West Windsor all agreed a couple years ago to increase the salaries minimal each year before it had been stayed flat, just for recruiting purposes. So the salary is going up. I think it's $1 an hour a year. It's not a lot, but it does help.
Problem
They-
is now
they
every,
pay 100% school district, right?
Yes, they do.
But it has to come under the police because the laws and it's,
yeah, plus we are very selective about our class threes, as we stated in the
Yeah,
program,
right.
10 years ago, that
Right.
they need to meet our standards as a West Windsor officer. So they get our training, our equipment, our everything, so that we know that those people the officers that go in that school have our training and our community standards that we
Right.
hold
Yeah.
very
So,
high.
so now our school district is Westminster and Plainsboro, so we look into Westminster schools, whereas Plainsboro looks into the
Correct.
schools that are in Plainsboro, but we have students going from either of the towns to either of the schools.
Yes,
So we partnership with Plainsboro Police Department
Correct.
and so
Mhm.
together and work together.
But
Yeah.
Plainsboro picks the people, the officers from
Yes.
Plainsboro, we picked it. If I remember, one of our big selling points here is that when we're bringing these officers in, they come through our police department. They're
Mhm.
not random or.
correct.
And that was one of the big selling points that with the community.
Right. We
Right.
personally interview and hire every one of them, and then we train them to our standards, no matter where they come from.
Do you know if Plainsboro does similar?
They do. They keep it up to, they do the same things. They interview and they train, but
Yeah.
I can't. It's tough because it's not only a different town, but a different county.
Right.
So, they have a different prosecutor, they have a different everything.
Complicated here.
Yes. But that we try and mirror what we do in our hiring
But it's
process.
not like we're going through this very precise model and they just randomly hire people on their side.
Right,
They
exactly.
have the process.
Yes, they interview, they try and do the same, So,
Yeah.
and lastly, our community caretaking and mental health initiatives. We have strengthened our partnership with Capital Health. I think one of the biggest things that we do on a daily basis is our mobile outreach and our crisis transports. So as you know, every person that has any type of mental health issue, any type of mental health problem, we deal with on a daily basis, sometimes 4 to 5 times a day. So that is a big initiative with us. We partner with Capital Health. We also work with them very closely. On every week, we provide them an updated list of follow-ups that we're looking for. So if we've dealt with somebody in a mental health capacity on the previous week, that Monday, we will start a spreadsheet that will give them information as to who they should come out and do follow-ups with. We have found that follow-up care actually reduces the number of recidivist calls that we get to that residence because they're now getting continued care.
and they need that.
Right,
I mean.
right. But people under the misconception that, or at least they were for many, many years, that, oh, we're going to call Capital Health directly, or we're going to call mobile outreach directly because we don't want the police involved because the police don't know how to handle people with mental illness or any type of disability. And, they're only going to cause harm. What they don't understand is if you call crisis support, they will call us to go out there first, make sure it's safe for their workers.
Right.
So we have a great deal of experience. And I have to say, our police officers are probably some of the best in the nation when it comes to dealing with mental health calls.
And you trained for that.
Exactly.
I mean, that's-
We train for that not
Right.
just once, but yearly and
Right.
constantly. Including we're doing a big initiative now for people with autism. We did many years ago, we had a sticker program get put out where people were able to register, if they had a family member with autism, they were able to register with the police department, that person, to say, look, if you ever have to deal with this person, here are their triggers. Here are the things that will make them upset. Here's the ways you can calm him or her down. So that program is in place for many years, and we have a little sticker that people can put on their car and in their house that basically says, hey, the person behind the wheel of this vehicle has mental health issues, and they may be triggered by loud noises, by yelling, by sirens, any of that. They may become combative. those type of things, because it helps the officer, even if it's a different town, identify that that person might not be being combative because they don't want to cooperate. It's because they're dealing with issues that are causing that.
But
So-
that is only for autism or
Well,
any
the sticker
mental?
basically says mental health issues, but we are pushing a big initiative with autism that we also working with the county on a blue envelope program as well. And the blue envelope program works in your cars where you have your documentation, license, registration, and insurance in your car, and that gets given to the officer pulling the person over, and it's a blue envelope that the officer is trained to identify as someone with a mental health issue or with autism. So we're working on that program as well, along with some other few things. But our big initiatives are the community caretaking. What we're looking for in 2020 and 25 is an expansion of that to include telemed. Because one of the problems we're running into is when our officers go on scene, we have to wait for someone from Capitol Health to come to make a final decision whether somebody should be transported to the crisis center for evaluation. We can do that if certain triggers are in place, like if they tell us they're going to commit suicide, or if they tell us they are going to do certain things, then we can make that decision. But in most situations, we have to wait for someone to come out. That can take up to 2 hours. So now we're tying up 2 police officers for 2 hours, and we're trying to keep the person calm. Now you can imagine in a 2-hour time frame with someone who is going through a mental health issue, how difficult that is for 2 hours. I can't even sit here for 2 hours. I have to stand up. Okay, so it's that up and down escalation. So we are working, trying to partner with them, and actually I have a meeting Thursday that we can try and get what they've partnered in a lot of other parts of the country with telemed, where they're actually taking that and we can come out with an iPad. And as soon as we get out there, we can immediately connect to a mental health professional, and they can immediately tell us, okay, yeah, this person needs to go, or you're good to go. So we can save that 2-hour time frame. And those programs would be funded by the mental health teams through capital or whatever resource is being used. So
Yeah,
that's-
I know telehealth is being used for mental health all the time now. It's very, very common.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So also in 2025, we're looking to enhance our community education and outreach. We've been doing a ton of that through our social media. One of the programs we've been trying to get off the ground, which has been a little slow running, is our stuff with YouTube. We're trying to get on YouTube and do some type of podcast so that we can talk about different issues in town. What I'm trying to partner with is the high school, so we can get students who are into the media of the high school to be partners with us to put these programs together. So we get the local students to be part of that. And then we can get out a message on YouTube and other areas, like we want to meet with the Bike and Pedestrian Alliance and talk about bike and pedestrian safety coming up. We want to talk about burglaries and how to better protect yourself and devices you can use, all these things that are part of that. So we're a little slow running. I wanted to have this program up and running already. I have the hardware we need. I just need to get on board with some more stuff. But our community education and outreach, we're trying to expand into every medium we possibly can. And pedestrian safety and decoy programs, we continue to work on those. We are putting officers out on the street just to do pedestrian safety and also vehicle safety. We're trying to get out there. Our decoy programs, we work at the different intersections where we have pedestrian crossings, and we will set up with officers. We'll have them cross the road and as a pedestrian. And then if someone violates the law, we will have a police car waiting that will pull the person over, either hand them literature, or depending on how heinous the violation, issue them a summons for that. But most of the time you can hand out literature that will explain the crosswalks and things like that. And many people don't even realize, I didn't even realize when we first started doing this, that the crosswalk, you would need to wait till the person clears the entire crosswalk. You
That's the
know,
law, but-
I mean, you never see that, right? I mean, you're lucky if you still have your shirt on by the time the cars come across, but I didn't realize you need to clear that entire crosswalk before it's a thing.
Yes,
So-
not many drivers know.
Yeah. Or if they do.
And I know the people on Alexander Road
Yeah.
by the Arts Building, right? I mean, we've done walks, and so they're concerned about safety there and the speeding that goes on there.
Yeah.
We've been there. We walked it
We've walked, yeah.
a few months ago.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
whatever you can
I
do
play
to help
decoy
there.
all the time on all the roads around here, but
And lastly, we're continuing our speed enforcement. We use technology to track the speed on certain roads. And then we take that technology and we figure out whether or not that road is extremely enforceable or something that is, we're better suited picking other streets, other locations. It's going to give us that 85th percentile, which you can spend about 6 or 7 days talking about the legitimacy of an 85th percentile. And technology and surveillance, we're working on expanding our camera and license plate reader program. So we're looking to put at key locations in town, license plate reader cameras on different poles. And that program was started by Mercer County. And because they are running the program and running the software, it makes it very affordable for us to just purchase cameras and get on that program. So we can do
We
it.
just tap into the.
Yeah, we tap into their software, which gives us now access to thousands of readers across the state. So that helps us with burglaries. It helps us with thefts. At key locations, we can see if a vehicle crossed that location, if it's something that we are looking for, or even someone who has Alzheimer's and has been driving around. We can then plug that license plate in and see where that license plate has crossed in what part of the state or where they are located. And we're working with the prosecutor's office to really kind of enhance that program. This is something I know the mayor was very excited about because I think we can bring more safety and security to the residents for a lot of different areas that we're looking into. And, also our website expansion, we continue to add more and more content to our websites. We work with the Girl Scouts on many occasions. I can't tell you how many different gold and silver Girl Scout teams I've worked with.
Yep.
One most recently was for our animal control stuff.
Oh, yeah.
She had found a
She
model.
got her award.
Yeah.
She's gotten her silver.
she did.
Yes.
She did a great
Yep.
job.
Oh, she was all over it.
Oh, she was great. And she was on task with me too. She wouldn't let me slack one minute. So she was on me day and night. Like, did you update that? Did you change that? And she was incredible. But it was good stuff because she had found some model animal control stuff that I thought she said, well, we're kind of lacking on. And I said, I agree with you. So let's do it. So really good stuff. So again, we're partnering with the community to make that a group effort, and they did a great job. Fantastic. So I'll bore you no longer, but I really think our biggest push is for the police department is community initiative and I tell every single one of my officers when I meet with them a couple times a year is when you go somewhere, you need to make it better than when you got there. So when you arrive, by the time you leave, that situation needs to be better. And I think we need to do that for all the residents of West Windsor or wherever we're meeting individuals is we have to make their lives better. Now, maybe some people don't agree with that. They're being arrested for shoplifting, but it's respect and dignity for every single person, no matter what they did. And that's what I can be proud of most with our West Windsor officers is that they do that every single day. And I can send you, which I do occasionally, but I can send you hundreds of feedback from people in and around town who have experienced that. So thanks for this opportunity.
And I do want to remind you that I have asked if council wants to do ride-alongs. I think you said you were starting to do that again, so.
Well, we try not to, but we can work it out, try and work it out for you guys, depending if where you want to do and what you want to do.
Yeah,
So-
so think about that and make sure whoever wants to.
All
think
right,
about it.
page 4.
Before we do that, does anyone on council have any general questions for?
No,
the
I
chief?
just wonder if we could get like the wrap up that you gave us, if you have it in writing, accomplishments 2024.
Yeah.
Goals for 2025. We did get your,
We got this one, but we didn't
got
get what you
this, but
just said. and I
it's
can't
sort
write
of
that.
carried over from last year to this year. So
Yeah, it's a very brand, that really
Yeah.
needs to be our full accomplishments, but I have a copy of this saved. I can give you that.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that's helpful.
Thank you, thank you.
No worries.
Does anybody have any other general questions before the budget? No, thank you.
Okay, if you go to page 4, and that's the police OE we start with.
Okay, so the areas of concern where we had slight increases, we're looking at what has happened in the years transpiring, and of course, everything has gone up. So I will move through them quickly. Just stop me if there's something of major concern for you. 214 is our dues. That has gone up due to licensing fees. And the reason why that is a different increase is because now police are required to be licensed. So because of that great piece of news, that's going to cost you $500 an officer for any new officers. So of course, with licensing, it costs money. So that is something we have to budget for and proactively get involved with. So that's why there's a change in that. Our 233 is our equipment maintenance office furniture. I know it's misleading because
Yes, it is. That's also their IT budget. It's kind of mixed in historically. For whatever reason, the police budgets, it's always been under this type of nomenclature. So
you have to ask Mrs. H about that, how we got there.
so we're keeping it there for historical comparisons, but he can explain for what, as we all know, the licensing fee for IT is going up.
Yeah, quite a bit. 238 is our physical and medical doctor exams. Of course, that we're doing a lot of fit for duty exams. Now they do quite comprehensive medical and psychological testing, which they are increasing costs quite a bit, but it's required as part of the job. 241 are printing costs, just because we're starting to do more with our community policing and our autism awareness and police reports, stationery. It's kind of all of that. Again, a lot of these are minor increases, but that's why I want you to just know about all of them. 272, which is our training and educational. As we get more and more Attorney General mandates, we are required to do more and more training. 276, uniform cleaning. That one has gone up slightly, not a whole lot. 278, vehicle repair. This one's killing me every year. I have to stop in June and tell them to stop fixing cars. And hopefully we can because we run out of money constantly. It's just unbelievable.
Transfers in November,
Yeah. 332 office supplies. Again, this is general office supplies, not a big hit, a small amount. And 354 technical and specialized supplies. Sounds misleading, but that fits on all our categories. Everything to do with our canines, our drones, and more specifically, all our supplies for our detectives. So those are ID kits and everything for fingerprinting and bagging supplies and everything in between. It's also our firearm supplies, our backers, our targets, those type of things, all of those. So it's a very broad category that handles a lot of different things. 357 are uniforms. These costs have gone up significantly, and we're trying to reduce the amount of cost in between them. And lastly, the big one, which is our vehicles, 424. That has always been a major problem for us, because every time we try and go up, then Ford and everybody else goes up behind it.
And the uniform cleaning, is that also include shirts, pants, sweaters, like all of that? It's not just.
Yes.
Yeah,
Normal police
and
uniforms.
as you well know, I think Jem is no longer around. It was our vendor of choice. So we've had to, it was rather difficult trying to find a replacement. But
I think they
Lieutenant
opened up by Whole
Lai
Foods.
was able to.
Told me they were gonna go over there by Whole Foods. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you have to bid for that though? 'Cause it's-
No, we're going to see how it goes this year. We did RFPs instead. But we haven't gone over the bid threshold in the past. But we're not sure about this year,
Isn't the bid threshold, is it
17.5?
17.5?
It is
5, I remember. Yep.
So we should be legally bidding?
not necessarily. We're actually under,
Yeah.
okay?
Well, we're budgeting 23.
We
and
are.
We spent, let's say 9,000, 9.
Correct. And that fluctuate from year to year. We do, and if the money's not used, like that's one of the lines the chief would maybe transfer for vehicle repair at the end of, November when he needs it. So there is a little bit built in there. And with the new vendor for the dry cleaning, I know the costs have gone up, correct?
Yes.
Who are we using
Oh,
now?
I know that too.
Yeah, it has.
Okay, I was like, oh.
Like 40-50%. So we're going to see where we're at this year, and we may have to go out next year. But we're not going to get anybody to bid on it. We've done this before. We've gone out to bid because of its, the police want pickup, delivery, and for some reason, people don't want to provide the technical requirements for bidding. So we've never been able to get a bid.
It's usually small guy, small
Correct.
shops and stuff. Do we have one now? Did we-
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I don't even know who it is.
I think it's, I think it's Windsor. Yeah.
Hmm.
All I know is we couldn't even get people to want to just even do it.
Yeah, it took some time, but,
They were
l-
right.
the lieutenant was able to get somebody.
They wrote it down on a piece of paper, like what their prices were. They wouldn't even give them prices. Oh my, you don't even know what he went through. You want it, can bring him in. He can-
No, it's, trust me.
Favorite.
It was quick. He's not happy.
Yeah, I could.
So we'll see where that goes.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, you did bring up the animal control.
Yes, that number, it's actually in a couple places here.
There's this in two places. One is right on page 5.
Okay, so why the increase there?
Um,
That's a big increase.
it is
Yeah.
because in the past, the cost was never $7,500. If you notice, we've always spent this full amount, but we always had the animal trust fund as a backup for any additional cost. But since the pandemic, that fund has dwindled down to less than $2,000. So that's the reason why a big increase this year, because I have to fund that additional cost. And I can no longer use the animal control fund because we need to build that back up. So that's,
what would be the animal control fund?
that is all the fees that we charge for animal, for dog and cat licenses goes into that fund. And then we use it to pay for only items for animal control, vet bills, things of that nature. There's a lot of costs when we pick up a stray animal that the township has to pay for. And so we usually use this line item and the trust fund. But last year, literally, I think we were down to around $1,800 when we used to carry around 18,000. So
You're saying that there's been more than this amount money spent and you just haven't seen it as a.
it's a combination of we've been spending more because the costs are up. A stray cat we have to hold for 7 days. We have to do all this other stuff. It could cost us anywhere from $800 to $1,500 per stray. If you get one colony of stray cats that we have to take care of, that it's thousands and thousands of dollars.
Well, I see it, we all
Yes,
see it in the bills and claims.
correct.
Um,
So
Reasonable.
that's something, and
Sometimes.
the licensing is down, quite frankly, also. So
Yeah, and that's.
That was a
yeah.
discussion that
With
we
the
had.
health
We need
officer.
to do a
Yeah,
little more of outreach to the residents of for
yeah,
licensing.
yeah,
right, yeah. So
well, I was concerned
Mm.
about
that shouldn't be down. Everybody's got a
sending the
dog.
Blue Jays to the hospital.
Yeah.
so while we're speaking the animal.
Get those calls.
Yeah.
I see the bills.
We,
I see the bills, and I was
we
like,
still have the shared
Yeah.
services with East. Windsor.
Do, and that's going up 10,000 this year. We haven't increased it for about 4 or 5 years. We just did a renewal and we've been using that service a little bit more. We also pretty much maxed that budget line item last year. So this was the year to increase both of them.
So this 25,000, is that including what we're paying?
That is not for East Windsor. That's in a separate line. It's outside the budget because it's a shared services, and that line will be going up $10,000.
Oh, okay, because that was
Okay.
always a decent deal, so.
Yeah.
And we also pay per.
Right. That's
yeah.
a contract that you just recently renewed, and it's we pay a flat fee per month,
Plus-
plus
Plus, yeah,
per call.
a retainer plus a.
Yeah, and the retainer's not much. It's right around 500, if I recall, 450, 350, some.
so you have to look at how you can define an animal and different things. It's not
Yeah.
just cats and dogs. It's
It is animal control.
it's a lot more.
It
So,
is.
To the hospital. Who's paying for the hospital? We are, right?
If it's a stray and if nobody claims it, if it's someone's that we,
Wild animals. bills that
yeah,
we-
that's
that we
that's
get.
on us. Yep.
Yeah, aren't there some under fish and game if there's certain kind of animal? I think.
I don't know. That's beyond me.
I don't know.
Um, yeah. So if somebody hits a deer,
So
yeah,
yeah, that's right. We have a service we call and they come pick it up. So
Well, yeah, they.
and we pay for that also.
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, it used to be free when we had the tiger lady in Jackson, but you
Well,
know.
like, you take your, usually, deer,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's what they tell me.
Okay,
think it was
any
like-
questions?
Legs are broken or something.
Yeah, any questions on the
okay.
animal control?
You said there's another line item on animal control, right?
Yeah. Let me find it for you. It is on page 11. Toward the bottom, it's called Animal Control LSA, and it's $10,000, as you see.
Yep.
Okay,
So we do all of this
And that's a
within the
40%.
statutes
That's
of
a-
what we pick up.
correct. Yep,
And most of those, even if we didn't have if we did it ourselves, we would still have to pay for the hospitals and we still have to pay for
Correct.
the. other
two separate
things.
issues, right? You have, animal control enforcement, and then you have just the cost for the services provided. Okay,
All right, anything else in the O&E budget?
nope, then we can go to public safety and start under page 76. So,
The largest request this year is for technology. Included in that would be the department-wide replacement of desktop computers. Majority of our department computers are over 5 years old and need a replacement. It also include a replacement of aging monitors, keyboards, web cameras, portable hard drives, and other peripheral devices. Another element of this would be scene lighting to assist with crime scenes and missing person searches. LiDAR laser measurement devices for traffic enforcement. And then throughout the year, a large amount of money is needed to purchase and implement security measures that meet the cybersecurity framework requirements and best practices. That's a lot of money throughout the year. The reason why this is so high in comparison to other years is we had a large purchase of the Axon fleet camera system. And that's why there's such a difference this year. That fleet camera system upgraded our current systems and will add a new camera to an additional vehicle in our fleet.
and the council had approved that in December. It was for a little over 300,000, of which 195,000 was paid toward a grant. So we kind of wiped out our balance that we were carrying for this. So that's why we have the increase this year.
What is that explosive gas detection devices? In that, it's in the detailed justification there. Page 76 at the bottom.
Yeah,
Just
they don't have
like, what is that?
Hold on, let me get it. Technology. Yeah.
This technology includes routers, switches, cameras, readers, UAVs, monitors, FLIR, and explosive gas.
Small explosion detective devices, so we have devices that will, like the fire department will sniff out that. A lot of what I put into the program justification is because, many years ago, I was told we got to make sure we cover any of the different areas that would be considered technology.
Right, and it gives us flexibility when I go to bond.
Is CO come under that too? Carbon monoxide?
Yeah, but this is more explosive detection gases. So carbon monoxide detects, we're talking about actual explosive type gases, like if you have a gas in your house. And some of these devices, you can get it for yourself. I mean, they're $30, $40, $50. They're very good at sniffing out a leak. So it's extremely important when it comes to
Oh, yeah.
explosive gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So everyone should have one of those house. That's the CO and explosive.
Yeah, we got the CO too, but not the gas one. I had a brand new stove. It's like, why am I spending a little gas? It took a while to get PSEG out.
Yeah.
Turned it off, got another one.
Okay, any other questions on that one, or okay, page 77?
Software replacement. Cost to replace vital software and licensing, including new software needs each year. Among those will be Adobe, Sophos, Network Management, Screen Connect, among various other software we use.
Okay,
Security systems upgrade. Cost
which is, hold on, what's page 79? Yeah. You good? Okay.
Costs associated with the current security systems, hardware and software. We need an upgrade to our department access control hardware and software. It has not been updated in many years and was initially installed in 2014.
So it seems like there's a relatively small amount every year that goes into this. So this isn't one big upgrade you're doing right now.
Well, so last time we had an issue with the door locks, the door company came out and said basically that we need an upgrade because it's not able to get, they're not able to get support anymore from the company. They need an upgrade to get that support.
So are we talking an upgrade to the physical locks or are we talking
The
software?
software.
Just software upgrade.
It supports the physical locks. And
Right.
every year what we try and do is, so the cost isn't astronomical, we keep it so that we can replace the lock here, we can replace the lock there.
Oh, so you have to physically replace the lock or is this a
Yeah,
software?
Panel access, but this is a major software upgrade that has to take place, software that is part of that physical locking system.
So they're
I don't
doing,
know what part of hardware component will also be part of it, because a lot of times they will include with that, that has to be a board that has to be replaced physically on the panel itself.
Okay, so it's a combination of
Yeah.
hardware, software.
yeah, so they're setting this aside now, so you don't, so you don't get hit with one big
So
bill.
project, it's mentioned that additional funds exist. Do we know how much funds we have in this?
Off the top of my head,
I think we have about 2 years worth, so it should be about 20,000.
next would be DWI and DB interview room Axon
What
system.
page, man?
Page 80.
The police department utilizes Axon systems for fleet, body worn cameras, interview rooms, and taser. The Axon interview room cameras were purchased in November 2022. In November 2027, our contract expires and we will need to renew our contract and make any necessary upgrades. So this is just basically putting it aside a little bit of a year. So when we are time, we're not getting hit with a giant bill at once.
Next page would be page 84.
Multitasking surveillance solution. In August 2023, the department deployed automatic license plate recognition cameras, also known as ALPR. They've been useful in the apprehension of suspects. We plan to deploy more of these cameras throughout West Windsor, and they would provide officers with investigative tools that enhance public safety and operational effectiveness. So with these cameras, as Chief already explained, the back end of it is done by the county. We basically just purchased a camera. There's initial cost to purchasing each camera. There's also a operating cost because we need to have a SIM card in them. So we do have a monthly cost associated with that also. Also, the initial cost of the camera includes 5 years of maintenance, but after that, we would either need to replace the camera or go with a maintenance program.
Okay.
Is that cellular annual cost? Wouldn't that be an operational expense?
Actually, because it's 5 years,
Oh, you bundle it as a 5-year maintenance.
so it's a 5-year useful life.
Yep.
Yeah, and so in this way we keep our costs level.
And then we have vehicles that are operating expenses, so it's.
We do, the Division of Local Government through and the statutes did change that last year. We technically could take that out of and put it into, but it's not a best practice. Police cars are not very, let's just say they're used 24/7.
Disposable.
Correct. So to truly get 5 years out of a police car is kind of pushing it. So right at this stage, I'd rather keep it in the current fund because we have the ability to do it and not finance police cars through bonding. The SUVs and those other vehicles we purchased do last a lot longer and do fit that bill. But as far as the actual patrol cars and things of that nature, I think we're better off using the model that we have. Okay. Yep.
Next would be virtual environment.
85.
It's been identified that our servers, which are 6 years old, will require replacement sooner than expected due to enhanced space requirements as well as cybersecurity protections.
I see for 2028, we have 250,000.
That is just a scary projection
Right.
to kind of say, hey, this may be an issue. So hopefully not.
Hopefully not,
Yes.
but if it may be an issue, and for next 2 years, 26 and 27, we have zero amounts, would it make sense to put
Right. And
put
that's
some
something,
funds towards that?
yeah, that's something they'll look at.
I guess what I'll do is I'll reevaluate it as the year comes to an end and say, does this look like it's gonna be a scary proposal? If so, we need to start putting.
Right.
funds away.
Hmm.
That's a great idea.
SUV replacement.
Which is page 90.
Each SUV costs approximately $45,000. This cost does not include our department paint and decals, emergency vehicle equipment, or the labor to install that equipment. The majority of our fleet are Ford Explorers, and the yearly SUV replacement would manage our aging SUV fleet, escalate our incident command capabilities, as well as our major incident and inclement weather response plan. We do try to replace the vehicles before their mileage gets too high. As Chief said, the repairs do get costly.
How many of them are we talking about for the 135,000?
I'm sorry.
How many SUVs?
But yeah, I mean, probably around two.
So this would be 2 SUVs.
Yeah, two or three, yeah.
And just so council knows, the police actually keep these vehicles for 10, 12 years. They rotate them into the extra duty pool, which is what we get reimbursed for that. So these vehicles that last a very long time.
Next would be replacement of firearms and related equipment.
What page is that? No, we have 93. The ATV.
ATV EOC vehicle police package responder. This would be used for special events at Mercer County Park. Those events have become more common over the years. There's usually a big terrain over there that our officers have to cover, and using a vehicle isn't feasible. And this would make it easier to navigate the scene and provide emergency response.
So this is something new. You don't have it now, correct?
Correct.
You don't have these carts now? Okay.
No.
So this is going to be kept at Mercer County Park and basically only used for the park?
For the most part, I think the best thing is to keep it there and let them maintain and help us out with it. But it doesn't mean we can't trailer it and bring it to another location.
Okay.
So we have an incident on the train tracks, we need accessibility, or even our community park, we have a major event. We can
Transport it there.
and bring it there.
And you guys are there almost every weekend, aren't you?
Yeah, all-
During certain times of the year.
Yeah,
sure.
for the season.
Have we thought of trying to get some help for paying for them for the park if we're?
Yeah, I'm working on the park, we're working on it, we're having the park paid for. I've already talked to the county executives about a emergency operations center set up there. So we can set up a command post in that area that is permanent. Because tents don't cut it when a tornado hits. It doesn't work very well. And also as far as working on our license plate reader program. So we really want them to cover the costs for in and around the park area for license plate readers.
I think that would be
Yeah,
good because
nice.
for,
Mm.
we are the ones who respond to Mercer County Park, and
All of it.
all year
Yeah.
long, there are
There are
big
events.
events that happen
Yeah,
there.
I always
And
say.
we are the ones who are,
Yes.
No, I always see several of the officers. I think I've met you out there.
yeah.
Whenever there's any kind of big event out there, yeah, it's there. Is this something that we should think about for something like community park for us to have? Would that be useful? Because there's a lot of places in community park where you really can't drive a car.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we can continue on the program, I think if it goes well. For next year.
So when this vehicle, I mean, if it's in the Mercer County Park garage, do you have like set controls so that this isn't being used by all sorts of people?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have access to the keys, they'll be charging it for us and do that type of thing, but it'll be with their police type vehicles, with their security vehicles. So it's not just gonna be sitting out in the park. It'll be in a garage that is.
Yeah, I just want to make sure when it's in the garage that you're not using this without us, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna say West Windsor Police on it and everything
Yeah.
else, so.
Yeah, there's some understanding there.
Yeah, do wheelies out near the lake.
I recognize that. golf ball.
Replacement of firearms and related equipment.
Page 94.
The annual cost is to cover the replacement of equipment. The handguns were replaced in 2024 and have a service life of 5 to 7 years.
Right, you remember you guys purchased, we had a pretty big expense last year, so it's back to the normal build the fund up for replacement.
Next will be replacement of portable radios. This funding covers the as-needed replacement of the current police portable radios and allows for an adequate level of replacements. This year I ordered 4 new ones and accessories, and it cost over $30,000, so they are quite expensive. We also have been adding new officers to our force in an attempt to keep pace with the town's growth, which has created the need for an additional portable radios also.
How many would we be able to get in 30,000?
Well, I bought 4.
4.
And it was 33,000, and that was with accessories, so maybe you don't need, I bought a stock of belt clip holders and stuff, so I would say 4 for $30,000 at the current price point. Next would be replacement of emergency equipment for patrol vehicles.
Page 96.
Like anything else, this cost is rapidly rising. We do try to save money by transferring operational equipment from old vehicles to new vehicles. The transferred equipment would include mobile radio systems, in-car video cameras, radar units, MDTs, and MDT docks. But even with transferring that equipment, it still costs approximately $14,000 to outfit a detective and administration police vehicle, and approximately $25,000 to outfit a patrol vehicle. Besides the car, it needs to get emergency lighting, siren package, gun racks, mounts, prisoner dividers, trunk organizers, and new cabling.
So if you were starting from scratch on a car without anything, it's 25,000.
No, that's just transferring over what we can, but we don't transfer over the light bars, siren package.
So the 25,000 would be
Would be a
with,
patrol car with transferring over some things, like
Oh,
transfer over
okay.
in-car radio, the fleet cameras, but we don't transfer over lighting, cabling. We've run into issues where we try to save money on cabling, and it's dry rotted. Next thing you know, we're paying big money to rip a car apart to save $200 on cabling. And it's being, cost prohibitive. So
okay, so the 25 is with all of the savings of
for a
being
patrol
able.
car, yes. Obviously, they're more than the detective cars. It's got the overhead lighting. And
So detective, you said was like 14,000?
14,000 for detective or administration. MDT replacement. In 2026, we plan to replace our fleet's MDTs. They're getting older, and the programs we run are requiring more memory requirements, and so they're not sufficient anymore.
I'm sorry,
what's
MDT?
Oh, sorry, mobile data terminal. So our
What? I couldn't,
computers inside the police cars.
what's it stand for?
data.
Sorry about that.
Since we were one of the first agencies to get them years ago in South Brunswick, they were literally mobile data terminals.
So you mean like the old, oh, no, I remember the original car phones. They were called car phones with the big antennas in here.
The UAS program.
Which is page 98, and explain what the UAS is.
What was that?
Unmanned aircraft systems.
So this is your drone program.
We already talked about that.
Yeah.
This keeps us running.
Chief told you about the success we've had with the drones. Our fleet of the drones is aging. This year, we plan to replace one of the smaller drones and also our larger drone. So the plan is to replace 2 drones. And we do notice with the aging of the drones that batteries aren't holding up anymore. And we're finding that we put it out to try to find a missing person, and 10 minutes later, we got to bring it back because its battery's dying on us. So it's time to, like anything else, the technology is getting
Yeah,
outdated.
because I think this was funded in what, 2018
2018, yeah,
or 19?
it was 2018,
Did
that's when
the
we
first
got the
mayor
money.
call.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
collected
so-
the money
Yep.
and
So
And-
2019, I
And
guess. it's been-
even in the middle of that year, the technology totally changed. We were gonna buy one large drone and I think you were able to get four smaller and a big one and different, yeah.
Yeah, it's quite different.
Hmm.
And the last would be general improvements. And this would consist of just miscellaneous improvements to the police and court facilities.
You know, our normal, because this building's a little larger than the rest, we've bumped it to 30 instead of 25 because it encompasses the police and the court.
Do we have a balance on this?
I think we are, if I recall, we tried to keep it, I think we were right around 45,000 at the end of the year. As of the end of the year, it was probably right around there.
See that you're finally getting some improvements done at the building.
Yeah, these people, listen, it is a real mess between them and the EMS building with the new roof, like any construction, you know, you got to break some eggs to make a good omelet. So,
Can't break eggs.
yeah, oh yeah, that's true.
Capital budget now for the eggs.
Yeah, you gotta capitalize eggs. for sure.
Oh,
For 10 years.
That's pretty good.
Oh,
I'll be here all week.
yeah.
All right, I think that's it for the police department.
Anyone have any more questions for Chief? or
No,
Lieutenant?
thank you for everything.
Thank
You
thank
too.
you.
Thank
Oh,
you.
thank
Thank you for all.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate it.
I always hear a lot of compliments
Yeah.
of your department, so
Thank you. They're incredible men and women, so I'm
they
very
are
proud of them.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good job.
All right. Have lunch.
No,
Yep.
I'm not gonna-
Okay.
Okay, all right.
You have to make
Recess we need to formally break for a recess at this point, so can I have a motion to go into, it's 12:55. Should we make this 1:30? Motion to go into a recess until 1:30. Can I have one,
So
please?
moved.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we will at 1:30. Registration, I believe, and then we'll go into any public comment and then we'll go into closed session. Thank you. Oh, I got a little more done before now, but
It's really been like 3 hours straight.
Not bad.
Okay, I'm calling back together the council meeting for March 11th. We're doing a work session on the budget. Thank you. Okay, first up is going to be Kerry. Kerry, can you introduce yourself?
Just turn your microphone on, back on. Sorry, switch it up.
Switch it up.
that Yep.
Carrie Giblin, Special Assistant to Administration and helping out our business administrator currently. So I'll go over our 2024 accomplishments and then 2025 goals and objectives. Part of our 2024 accomplishments included collaborating and supporting the different department heads and division managers in implementing their goals and objectives, completing projects, recruiting efforts, and succession planning efforts, as well as the continuity of operations. Administration supervise the functions of buildings and grounds, human resources, and purchasing. Also acted and served as the director of the Department of Human Services, divisions of health, recreation, parks, senior and social services. In 2024, we brought on additional staff in administration for human resources, which assisted in recruiting, onboarding, and training additional staff within the township, and also assisted and oversaw the education and learning opportunities for all the different departments, approving tuition reimbursements and looking at that and continuing education for various functions within administration, including workshops through the league, municipal managers workshop, and various annual conferences. In 2024, executed the 2024 operating capital budgets with finance and the other departments. S&P Global Ratings Report affirmed long-term rating for AAA, which stable and assigned the short-term rating for S&P. And we also had a $20.5 million band sale. Administration also coordinates weekly with the township clerk's office and assisted with the transition 2024 for the clerk's office and us learning and going through the request for council actions, resolutions, and ordinances for all of the council meeting agendas and packets. In addition, with our IT department and facilities maintenance, buildings and grounds, we maintained, improved, and fortified the township's municipal network infrastructure for tiers 1, 2, and 3 certifications of technology, which complies with the MELGIF Cyber Risk Management Program, which is the Mid Jersey GIF insurance coverage requirement. Administration also coordinated and managed the township approval process for special events requests involving any use of township properties or outside properties, including the county parks. So we work with the county park, police department, and all the other various departments where permits or other things are required to make sure that the special events have a successful, safe event. In consultation with the finance department, we consulted and helped to implement a new payroll system, and more to come with that, which started in 2025. Our business administrator served as the executive committee member, secretary, and treasurer to the Mid Jersey GIF. Continued out on the municipal building construction project and the project closeout. Trying to get more information up on our current website to residents and try to streamline that process, and then also collaborating and with facilities and IT on the future of the websites. So that will be in the 2025 goals. Assisted the West Windsor Parking Department, Parking Authority with its proposed facility and grounds improvements at the Wallace Road bus garage site and their stormwater management plan in conjunction with engineering and a couple of outside groups as well. And then also filed reports with appropriate entities regarding the township's compliance with its third round affordable housing obligation and began to working on the fourth round affordable housing obligations and conferred with staff, legal counsel, and consultants to transmit information to NJDCA by statutory deadlines. In 2025, our goals include continuing implementing goals and objectives for the different departments and division managers within the township, continuing supervising the same functions, additional learning and education goals, continuing education within the township for all of our employees, within administration, certified public manager program and a master's in public administration, and then attend additional local seminars. And there's different certifications that require CEUs for all the department or all the divisions that we try to also support their goals in education and within administration as well. Continuing with the payroll system that was implemented in 2025, implementing additional modules within that program, including time management, time and attendance, benefit tracking, and human resources tools and workflow automation. And then also assisting IT with the implementation of the new township website, which is, we are hoping to have streamlined communications and modernize the user experience and enhance public engagement and outreach within the website, and then see what capabilities we can do for that, because I know communication and outreach is a huge important thing. So trying to streamline some of the information so it's not all over the place on the website, to get information kind of in the same place. So it's not going to a calendar over here and here and here, so that it's just one place that we can get the information out and share it. So it's not out there for trying to dig for hours on the website. 2025 also includes executing the 2025 operating and capital budgets, coordinating and continuing with the township clerk on requests for council action resolutions, and meeting agenda and packets, assisting with resolving issues and disputes involving township departments, divisions, vendors, and contractors, continue to serve as the executive committee member and secretary to the Mid-Jersey JIF, do a final closeout on the township municipal building construction projects, continue and hopefully update the special events process and requests so that we can continue having events within the township. And that includes outside organizations that come into the town for special events. Continue to oversee and assist with township's affordable housing obligation information and settlement agreements with Fair Share Housing, as well as anything that comes out for round 4. Monitor proposed improvements for the NJ DOT's County Road 571 projects, bridge over the DNR Canal, and the Mercer County Route 571 from Clarksville to the intersection. Walk and work with the different departments, securing our executed agreement with West Windsor Fire Company for their sprinkler system. So that is something hoping to have over to them in the next few days so that we can continue to move forward on that project. Continue to assist and support the Historical Society of West Windsor Township. Maintain communication support efforts of West Windsor Bicycle Pet Alliance and West Windsor Friends of Open Space to ensure compliance with the master plan, and then also continue to maintain the municipal network infrastructure for the requirements of the insurance company.
Thank you. That seems to be pretty much everything involved with the government in the town. So it's pretty extensive. Just one thing I'm going to just throw out here. For the events and also for our parks, one of the things that probably could use a little bit more information or automation would be if somebody wanted to rent our park for a certain pavilion. I was actually looking online the other day. I couldn't find a way to do that. And I know for events, people are not really sure, like they want to use the Historical Society buildings, what's involved, and if they want to bring food. So there are whole sets of procedures, but I don't think anybody either knows that these places are available, or they might not know how to get them. So some sort of information, and then hopefully eventually perhaps even a slightly better system where you can take a look and see if some of these are available online for the weekend, so you don't even bother if they're not when you want to go. So some system filling that one in.
Yeah,
would be
because
good.
right now you
Um,
have to call the recreation.
We
Parks
call
and Recreation
Yes,
Department
so I hope
to
that
reserve any of
Right.
the parks.
And there should,
that's a
So
process
there
that
is-
we can,
We get with the new website, if we can.
Right.
include-
there should be standard procedures, standard pricing, and then if you want food, who you have to put in the form to. So the way, if we can automate that, I think it'll get a lot more interest and a lot more use.
Agree.
And I think people will be happier that realizing that we offer all that amenity here in the town.
that's my goal with the
Yeah.
website too.
Yeah.
to
Because
Bring
for
all that
for most
information into one
parks, People
place.
think they have to go to Mercer County Park for reserving any of the pavilions, but we have Community Park, we have Van Nest Park, at least those two
Mhm.
parks that has
Right.
pavilions that can be reserved.
And
And we do a lot of events at Duck Pond Park too. So with the improvements at Duck Pond Park, that might be available as well.
so whatever
agree.
we're willing to, whatever is right now on the list for us to rent out, so to speak, then we could put that in there. And then for the special events, which I know sometimes involves several meetings and things, but there should be a way to start that process, at least
Mhm.
online. And then I'm sure everybody's interested in the website at this point
Yeah,
also.
yeah,
So
if you have any timeline on the website.
So we are doing the site map. So it's kind of the overview of how the different departments and divisions. So they gave that to us just recently, pulled from our website. So I know there's some changes that are going to be made to that. with it.
and then is there any plan right now for some kind of an app for the community?
I would say not at this moment. I think we want to see how the website functions and then, but I think IT and
Yeah.
can
I
speak a
mean,
little bit further on that.
So I don't know if there's a way to start that discussion at some point, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I think
I think,
the website map is a necessary part of the process, but usually the map is built on functional requirements.
yes,
And I think we should be having discussions and collaborating and getting input, or the administration should be getting input from the council, if not from the entire community, what those functional requirements are. Just like Andrew's talking about, having a way to online reserve pavilions and having all that information. That's less about that map, but it's more about what functions do we want to
What-
serve.
yes.
and I think everybody
And I
was.
think I think there's a list of things like that. We have a lot of great ideas. That doesn't necessarily mean they're all going to get in there, but I think there's a lot of ideas and smart people here who understand sort of what the needs are. And I think we should be having that conversation, discussion sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
we could-
And I know the council was given an opportunity to
Katie.
send in some suggestions, but it kind of ended at that point.
Yeah.
I'd send-
Hey, 1 second. Have we received anything, actionable ideas from the council?
I think during the request list and any of the meetings, I've been taking that into consideration.
I know I had.
I
sent
mean, one of
something.
the things that I had
Mhm.
suggested is I've been in many of these, you end up after 2-3 hours of discussion and nobody's clear what was agreed. So what I had suggested to Andrea is collect actionable ideas, not that we want a great website. That's not actionable.
Right.
Well,
Right?
yeah, we.
So give me 200, 300, whatever we have. And then that is the starting point. And I even offered her if she wants to have a discussion among just yourself, no problem. But just give actionable ideas rather than just generic,
Yeah.
because generic doesn't, and one of the most thing I always complain about is manpower. We have one person
course.
IT
Of
department,
course.
right? With somebody helping.
So
if
perhaps
you-
similar
Yeah,
to the, what we kind of did in other
Well-
discussions is that we collect that information, distribute to everybody, and then during one of our business meetings, we have a discussion.
Okay.
about
I had sent something in at one point. Did you get more stuff
Yes,
from that?
I believe Andrea had sent information and I might think Dan even contributed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that
So-
recorded,
I
but
think what I'd like
that
to
was a while
see
ago.
is like, because you're meeting with a consultant, right?
Mhm.
And at a certain point, you get to like a draft, it's starting to come together. And then show us the drafts to see.
When we get there,
what we
See,
think, like, we like this, or we want to add something different. I think once you have a working draft,
Carrie,
it's
let me
easier to
hand-
give
and-
more
So-
feedback.
Yeah.
Linda, there's not too much back and forth. If we start, before we come up with a working draft, you give us that, these are the 15 things we want to see. That's lot, because otherwise we come up with a working draft and I will guarantee you, 5 of you will have 6 different opinions, right?
Yeah.
And we don't know, and then we start, if you say we don't like it at all, this is garbage, right? Then we start from scratch. I've been asking you for number of times, give me actionable ideas. Let's use them to create a working draft. Then you comment on that. At least we have something to go with. I mean, right now we are just guessing what you guys want.
Oh, well.
I think that's a
the-
good idea, and I also think
Fine.
it would be helpful for us if you could provide whatever functional requirement or design document or any kind of, correspondence you've had, just so that we have that foundation.
See,
So-
you are users, right? You are users of the website,
Sure.
right? You are not designing the website. So from user point of view, okay, like she said, I want easy way to book pavilion. Great. Very actionable
Yeah,
idea.
but these are
right?
functional designs.
Very actionable idea.
Yeah.
Give me whatever ideas you have like that.
You,
right?
you want an
Uh,
end user,
Carrie.
you want end user ideas.
Kerry,
and-
one second. Just email them the towns that our website designer has designed website for,
Okay.
right?
Mhm.
List of towns. So one thing is go and look
Sure.
at those 5
It's all good
towns, 6
information.
towns. Say, we like this, we hate this.
I know our
We
neighbors,
like this, we
Rockville.
hate this.
Mhm.
Something
Is
that I'm
one.
trying to avoid iterations.
Yeah.
Because at the end.
What
of
I'm
the-
trying to avoid is, I don't want to spend a lot of time giving you all these ideas only to find out that you've already incorporated them. So if you can give me some kind of
Well,
base.
it's okay. If you say you have an idea and she's already
mean,
done it,
see,
that's a good
the-
thing too. I mean, good
The
to know.
problem is not if you
tell
incorporate,
you I'm
it,
listening
that's
to
great. The
everything you
problem
say,
is
though.
if you have not incorporated any idea, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Right? So if you give us something, I'm just trying to make it as efficient as
Sure.
possible. And we will give you, we are using a provider that has built website for 5, 6, 7, 10 different towns. We'll give you a list of so many towns. You go on their website, come up with a list saying that, I mean, just funnel
Like,
to.
oh, like
end.
we like that feature on the
We,
Robinson.
exactly, we
do the
hate
same
that
thing.
feature, right? Same like you did for budget, that these are
Yeah,
our
yeah.
ideas, right? This is what we find useful. We made sure, when I sat with John, we made sure every one of them was addressed or as best as we could address. So if you give us 100 ideas, I've told Henry, I may incorporate only 50, but at least I will tell you why those 50s were not incorporated.
Fine. Why don't we do this? I know there was some letter sent out a while ago asking for ideas. Let's collect that from anybody who has any specific ideas, and these are actual ideas, not like, hey, I want it to be pretty and I want these colors or anything like that, presumably, but I can't stop anybody, put what you like. But some functional ideas, some general ideas, why don't we collect them and why don't we plan at our next meeting to have a, probably under new business? Let's do a discussion and we can share what the ideas from each other are. We'll probably all wind up with a lot of the same ones. And that will be some more direction at this point. And we could even, if you want, give, let Kerry see them before the meeting.
Mhm.
So that way, if the topic comes up, she might be able to tell us, oh, we're already doing, or we're looking at this, or that can't be done because it'll cost too much, or get, so let her see them ahead of time. Does that sound like a decent?
Would that person ever come in at a meeting to talk with us for a little bit?
They are not out of New Jersey, so no.
Again,
not
Linda,
a-
I mean, if they come and talk and at the end of 2 hours, I get nothing. I mean, I've been through so many of that. I have no idea exactly what you want. If you think and put something on paper, at least I know exactly what you want. I mean, I have had so many such discussions. And at the end of 2 hours, I keep wondering, I'm no better than what I was 2 hours before. I'm still completely confused what you want.
You know,
Right?
it's sometimes.
I'm just trying to make
I
it very
think that like
efficient.
sometimes like.
Yeah, we have to be
Easy.
specific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
I
want,
mean,
we're going to give
see,
specific actionable items. We will just sort of discuss them to get a feel. No,
Budget, put it
Yeah.
together, send it to council.
right.
And-
Not
and-
going to put ranking systems and all that stuff like,
No.
like
You
I
could-
usually do.
Just a
This
list
will
of-
just be a list and it'll be different. And if there's certain things that we can see there's kind of a consensus that everybody really wants that, then I think you can know.
And then Carrie will send you the list of towns with this
Yeah,
company.
so, and why don't we plan that for the next meeting, since I think we're getting far into this process here, and I don't know and apparently some people haven't submitted any ideas yet, so this way we'll put them all out in the open, and,
So
we'll
is
do
there
that.
enough in there that we could review? I'm thinking like, because I do a lot of ordinance work. So administration, planning boards, you know, whatever, they give us something, it's something to sort of feed on. You read it, you say, this is great. This doesn't, you know, this needs to come out, this needs to be added. It's like something to.
But that's what
Good
the
work.
other websites are for. I mean, ours is going to be designed based on, I mean, he's going to not come up with a new idea for West Windsor. He's going to use whatever he has used for 5 other towns. So if you look at working website
Yeah.
and you tell us that, hey, I hit this is great. I definitely want to have it. Like you ranked 1 through 5 your budget priorities.
Yeah,
Something the same way you tell that this is must have. No matter how much it costs, I want to be able to
Right, right.
schedule a peak.
I just didn't know how
And less
far
is more.
along that he is.
So we've done
Wrong.
just like the basic layout of it. And so now it's into, you know, the different departments and trying to streamline that process. So taking, you know, some of the things that you're saying, and we can send you a screenshot of what they've sent us of it as well. And then with your ideas, we can give that to them to see how to incorporate
Yeah.
into the next
Yeah.
phase of it for
I'm
sure.
just curious what they're coming up with all of their.
So they
experience with
kind of
this
have
township.
like templates of different websites and they're all very, very similar. So
Okay.
I think taking those priorities of what you see on other townships' websites and the feedback that you know, we're missing from our current residents and how they use the website is the important information.
That we're lacking is reserving things online, because a lot of like now people don't pick up phone to call.
Mhm.
They want to go online and just plug the information in and hope that that information gets passed on, right? So that is, I think, very important for us to move to. You know, that would be a huge improvement to our website.
And I think the other big thing is ease of, if you have something you need, ease of finding the right place to turn that in or to where to question, so you don't have to go from place to place to place to find it. Something you could do within a couple of clicks, know where it is. Carrie, I believe you have to leave at 2.
Correct.
So we'll have this conversation when we do next council meeting.
Yep.
And I think we're all happy with moving along with that. So
Paying
let's do
online,
that.
different things.
Okay.
And then let's go on with the other stuff. Does anyone have anything else?
No, nothing else.
Here.
Just send us that thing if you can.
No, I mean,
Absolutely. When I
anything
get
else
back.
that Carrie just
That
talked
will help
about?
me. Yeah.
We're on what, page 1?
So you want to go?
Administration OE. There's a slight increase from last year at 3.27. Highlight some of those items. Line number 214. I'm sorry, 210. Consulting fees is up.
Yeah, that's up. Yeah, that.
Yes, the mayor's asked us to put in money for a study for the public safety division.
Oh, that's what that consulting.
That is exactly what it's for. We would do an RFP. And then we would hire an outside consultant, independent outside consultant to do a study of our public safety division. Okay? All right. The other line item that's increasing is the physicals and medical. As we know, the cost has gone up. And well, it was a small line item. It was only 1,800 and it's going to 4,000. So, you know,
So you add a couple people.
But that's just for who? Which one, like? which
it's for
employees?
it's anything that falls under physicals for the whole town. That could be for CDLs, that could be for workers' comp, it could be for a lot of different things.
So that would come under admin? Or
Comes under
CPL?
admin, yeah.
Not police though, or fire.
New hires sometimes, you know, things like that. It's not fire. No, those are
Separate.
Yeah.
mostly CDL. The police and fire is a specialized physical, which is totally different, correct?
Just like policy, we have it written out. Some gets hired, they have to get a physical.
It's
The-
annual testing that has to be done. That's required by the federal motor carry for CDL.
For CDL licenses.
Quarterly random testings
Yeah.
and annual reporting that we have to do, annual queries on their licenses. So it's the administration of that and the costs of that as well. And that with the increase of CDL drivers that we have now, that cost has gone up.
And that's mostly on the DPW, I assume.
Correct.
Yep. If you look at line 268, there is a decrease in that from the prior year. But that's because we slid a lot of cost out of that line item, if you recall, to construction and engineering for the SDL program, to do a more matching of what the services are actually for, especially with 98% of the license fee being for construction. We slid it to their OE budget. So when I do my reporting to the state, I can show that as an expense for running that department.
We moved the SDL all.
Yep.
around.
Yes, okay. Let's see. And the last one is the miscellaneous item, which is $7,500 to $10,000. And that's for
Community day.
Community
That's
day.
Community Day.
So that's the increase. I think we did go over that with
It's
recreation.
gone up.
No, it hasn't. No, and we did spend a little over 10 grand for that, and that's why we put the 10,000 in it. Okay?
Yep.
All right. And there is no capital for administration. So Carrie, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you.
Hey, if you can introduce yourself.
I'm Lorraine Jones. I'm the tax assessor, finance division.
Thank you. If you can go over your 2024 accomplishments and goals first, then we can get into the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The accomplishments, I broke down, there's a lot of bullet points here, but my main priority as the tax assessor is to manage the township's ratio. If you've been following along with the ratio, it's dropping very quickly. Our 2025 ratio is down to 65.83%. Just 3 years ago in 2022, we were at 86%. That's reflective of the current real estate market. Housing prices have soared and our ratios do not change on an annual basis. They only change when we do a revaluation. So our ratios are getting further and further away from market value. Secondly, I managed or tried to limit the number of appeals. Our residential appeals are way down because the ratio, the assessments are so far away from market value, they don't have a case. However, it flips and now the commercial appeals are up. So commercial appeals are costly because we have to engage attorneys, sometimes appraisers. And if we have a reduction in the tax base, it's generally a lot deeper than a reduction on a residential property. One of the other accomplishments for this year is managing the amount of development that's going on in town right now. As you know, all the new residential properties, there are 900 new residential line items coming on. We've only put about 70 or so on for this year. So that's another 800 plus over the next 2 years. That's keeping us quite busy. We were successful in hiring a new clerical assistant who's working out extremely well. She's gone through 2 of the assessing classes already and has passed with flying colors. So we're very fortunate to have a strong staff in the assessing department. Moving on to goals for next year, it's more of the same. It's managing appeals. It's keeping the ratio as tight as I can. Just to give you some comparison, in Mercer County, we're not the lowest. Hightstown is down to 59% in their ratio. Trenton City is down to 60%. So if the county does start to order revaluations, we're not going to be first. So we'll have a heads up that this is coming. I do anticipate probably being ordered to do a revaluation townwide, maybe 3 years or so. It's coming.
And I will add that the last time we did it, the cost was about 1.3.
I wasn't here. It was 2006,
It was
but
and
it was just over $1
so
million.
2006 at 1.3. It's going to be probably close to 3 or 4 million. That's just a guess.
And
The only fortunate thing is we can fund that over 5 years. The division has a mechanism where you can't bond for it, but you can do what's called a special emergency. We declare it, we hire the professionals, and then we pay 20% each year for 5 years. So we don't have to pay for it all in 1 year.
part
Is-
That's
Is-
a
Part of
10%
the
of our
problem
budget.
is the hiring of professionals. There's only a handful of revaluation companies left in the state. They are booked for the next few years.
You could not hire a person right now.
They're not available.
I live in Ocean County, and 2 towns were forced to do this, and the Board of Taxation have given them another year because they couldn't find any professionals to do it.
So is there a statutory requirement to do the evaluations or is it?
Guidelines provided by the state. Generally, if your ratio falls below, I believe it's 80 or 85%, which are well below. But they also look at a number called our deviation, standard deviation. And if you're getting to a deviation near 15, that's another signal. Our deviation is only 10. So our assessments are tighter than a lot of towns. So we're good in that respect. So again, we won't be first in the county to do a revaluation. We'll have plenty of warning that it's coming.
But it's not like you have to do it every 10 years or.
The rule of thumb used to be 10 to 15 years. And if you look back historically, we had 2006, we had 1993, and I believe it was in the early 80s. So we've stretched this out almost 20 years. So we've been fortunate that we haven't been ordered. But you also don't want to do a revaluation in a volatile real estate market. You want the market to settle down. And I don't see that happening. From what I've learned through education classes, it's not slowing down until the number of houses meets the demand. We're not going to see a decrease in pricing. So again, this all comes back to, we have a lot of exposure on the commercial side of our rateable base.
I remember the reevaluation in 2006 and going through that whole thing, and then 2008 hit, and all of a
Right.
sudden, and all of a
And
sudden
then-
I was totally
Right.
up in terms of evaluation.
Right, so then the assessor at the time had to do maintenance plans for a few years to try to get everybody back on a level playing field. We want to avoid that as well. Again, the goals for 2025 is just to stay on top of the 900 properties that are coming on. We're going to have very large added assessments in 2025 and 2026, which is good news. And these won't become exempt. We had large added assessments for the university, and then they became exempt. So
Okay, the OE, page 3, and it is flat for 2025. On the top. Any questions? And there's no capital items for the assessor's office. So with that said, I'm want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping us on track.
Thank you.
If you could-
Okay, Kelly, you can introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Kelly Montesinos. I am the tax collector. Our office is to collect the property taxes. Lorraine's office will put the value on the properties, and our job is to collect it. In 2024, our percentage of collection was 99.5. The importance in that is that the less or the higher that number is the less of our reserve for uncollected taxes would be in this year's budget. So we strive to keep that number high. We have completed our first phase of the tax software. That is complete. They're up and running. Residents now have the option to store their tax payment, like their banking information online to make their tax payments. If they want to do auto pay, they could do that. If they want to set up their own auto pay, where say they want the taxes to come out on the 10th versus the 1st, when I would do it, they have that option as well. They can go back in and see the payments that they've made. In 2025, the sewer portion of that will be available. We're hoping by the early summer that is good. And then we will have the same options for the sewer as well, which I think will be a big help in collections because the sewer bill tends to be forgotten from time to time. So I think with auto pay, people just go ahead and sign up for the auto pay. With taxes, good 50% of the properties here are mortgaged. So you're not going to see as many people jumping to that. But I think for sewer, we will have that. And then in our tax sale for 2024, we had no properties that were struck to the municipality. So that's good for us in the sense that we don't have to pay those debts. And then for 2025, we'll see the sewer come on, and then the state has recently changed their programs for senior citizens. So right now we're trying to educate them that the property tax reimbursement is no longer going to be that booklet. It's going to be a PSA 1 booklet, which will combine the property tax reimbursement, the senior, which also is the senior freeze, the anchor program, and then the state New Jersey program. So it'll be one application for seniors to file. So anyone over 65 would file that application. For the rest of us that are eligible for the anchor benefit, you would do that the same way as you did in the past. So in the fall, you would file that. Yesterday, we actually had a program at the senior center. We had about 140 residents come. The state had offered their services that they can come back yearly. So I think that we're going to do that from now on. Therefore, people are just aware of the changes and like what is going on with the program so that they're aware. Other than that, I think we're pretty much it.
Has the reserve for uncollected taxes, has that changed at all?
No.
Yes, that went up this year, a couple 100,000. It kind of had been level for many years. And it's a complex formula used to offset cash flow and any monies we don't collect. And with the, how can I say this? The county had a substantial increase last year in their tax rate. And the school went up, ours was flat. So therefore this year, when I went to do that calculation, it did increase it. It's a little over $2 million. It was at 1.8 and change and went up roughly, let's see. $3,000 from the prior year. And that's just requirement.
Was there any specific?
99s, it was 99.5 this year. 4, which is fabulous.
Yep.
I mean, on a $50 million budget, we have a little over a $2 million set aside reserve, which is a very low amount. Okay.
Lucky our people pay our taxes. pay their
Yes.
taxes.
As I got people who want to pay me 2 years in advance, and unfortunately can't do so. You know.
Is it-
We still do collect cash.
Collect cash.
Yeah, we are required to collect cash.
Any questions for Kelly?
Her OE budget is on page 3, and that is flat also. And
Thank
Kelly,
you very much, Kelly.
thank you. Thank you.
Buildings and grounds. No, I think we're good. So, well, Allison, we're good till 2:30. All right, do you want to, and that's going to have to include the closed session too. Do you want to extend to 3:30? Can I get a motion to extend the clock until 3:30?
Hello.
Second.
All in
Hello.
favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. Okay, Brian, if you want to introduce yourself when you're ready.
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Brian Aronson. I'm the Facilities Maintenance Manager for the township, and I oversee the Division of Building and Grounds as well as supervise the network and IT staff. I have Lalit Joshi here with me today. He's the Network and System Engineer for the Township Municipal Network. The main responsibilities of the Building and Grounds Division pretty much entails proper upkeep of the township facilities, which includes HVAC, plumbing, electrical, lighting, and just general cleaning of the township buildings. I also have direct responsibilities, which include ensuring compliance with state regulations and mandates associated with the township buildings, which includes permitting for the township boilers, the municipal building elevator, the mobility lift at the West Windsor Arts Center, the emergency generators, our annual fire and safety inspections, as well as testing and certifications of the sprinkler systems, and also with the underground fuel storage tank at the police department. Additionally, I also oversee numerous capital improvement projects at various township facilities. And some of the accomplishments in 2024 include completing the installation of the emergency generator for the health department. We completed the installation of the electronic digital message center out here at the intersection of North Post and Clarksville. We completed the metal roof installation at the Red Barn at the historic farm, as well as completing the Skank Farmstead conditions assessment in conjunction with the historic preservation architect. We installed 2 EV chargers in our complex for township electric vehicles. We completed the sprinkler analysis for the Princeton Junction Volunteer Fire Station, as well as began engineering documents for public bidding with regards to that. We completed the roof replacement project at the West Windsor Arts Center. That's approximately 99% complete. We have some minor punch list items. We completed the roof replacement at the West Windsor Fire and EMS facility. Again, that's about 90%, 95% complete with some minor punch list items. And the contractor is currently working over at our police department, finishing up that roof replacement project. I would guess that's probably about 80–85% complete, and we should be wrapped up probably within the coming weeks. I applied for and received approximately $630,000 grant from the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities under the Direct Energy Replacement Program for the HVAC replacement program over at the police and court facility. The entire project costs are about 1.45 million, and the state is providing us with about 43% of that, as well as a 0% loan for the remainder of that project cost, which is paid back over, I believe, a 5-year period.
Yes.
We completed the replacement of the ADA mobility lift at the West Windsor Arts Center. That's 100% complete. We're just waiting on the New Jersey Safety Elevator Bureau for their final inspection. We initiated the HVAC replacement project at the police department, which I talked about with regards to that grant. Currently, the manufacturer has production of the rooftop units, and we're probably looking at sometime in the summertime to wrap that project up. We also initiated the new website design. I believe Carrie spoke about that previously. And Elite pretty much is wrapping up with replacement of the computer upgrades associated with the Windows 10 operating system support compilation, which ends in October of this year.
And I do want to bring one item to your attention. At the last meeting, I said that we did purchase our Microsoft stuff. I was mistaken. We are now paying on a subscription service. So I just wanted to make that clear. We are no longer purchasing.
Meaning we've already changed over to the.
Yep.
The license.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wasn't there some sort of a whole thing about that a couple of years ago where?
There was, yes.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought so, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, I'm finally went to readers and getting some adjustments, getting old stinks.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Brian before we go to the budget? No?
Well, I guess another goal would be also that since you have so many sprinklers.
Yeah, so.
I was hoping we could,
To that.
Yeah, so in 2025, we're hoping to complete
yeah,
the computer upgrades, as well as replacing our offsite disaster recovery equipment at our site up in Bridgewater. On March 24th, you guys will be presented with a resolution to approve replacement for equipment up there. Currently, the equipment up there is fully functional and operational. But however, due to the age of the hardware, the manufacturer has ceased free replacement of the hardware in the event of a failure and is stopping support of the existing equipment. So we're trying to be proactive and get that stuff replaced to try to keep our network secure with the most up-to-date hardware.
Brian, I think what Linda's referring to, because I have a note,
Yeah.
that your goals don't include the 2025 43 sprinkler system.
40.
I'm sorry, the
Yeah.
West Windsor Fire Company, number 43, West Windsor number 1, the West Windsor Firehouse.
Yeah,
The volunteer, Station 43.
Yeah, I just realized that's not our township public.
Well, no.
Right, but it's part of the goals was.
Yeah,
was
yeah,
added.
once the administration gets that
So,
agreement done, then we can move
Mm.
forward with that.
yeah,
There's an agreement, because we had approved the money in the capital budget a couple of years ago.
Right, for.
But then there was, this need further review for an agreement. So
Correct.
I don't know if you're involved in that or.
I'm not
At
aware
the
of that.
moment, he's not.
I'm not aware of that currently, unfortunately.
We'll tell you. now.
Okay.
we're telling you now it's going to be another goal for 2025.
That's fine.
Money's there. So.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we have other projects that we want to.
Probably there'll have to be an engineering or architectural review of it and design of it, and then there'll be an installation at some
Right.
point. So,
Yep, okay.
and the money's already there. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'll add that to my list.
Senior Center 45.
Yeah, this,
What I was missing.
You have to bid each of those projects separately.
So you can try to do an economy of scale and bid it all at once. The problem is that if you do it as alternates and one of the project comes in higher, then, and you can't award the base bid, you can't award the other two alternates.
just because they're kind of customly designed for the building.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not like a cookie cutter.
We can get one contractor to do all the projects.
Flat roof's a flat roof.
We could try to bid it that way. It's just that if one of them comes in higher than what we have budgeted, then we can't award the project at all. So,
That kind of was like, wasn't there that whole thing at one time that we were trying to bid something out and one guy could do a
one part of it cheaper.
steel roof and another guy could
Yeah.
do a wood roof and we couldn't do
Correct.
one or the other, even though it would have saved us
Yep.
money. Yeah.
Skank funds.
That was the.
That's
same.
Skank Farm saying.
No, that was the pole barn.
Yeah,
The pole, yeah,
That was the pole barn.
it happened twice.
For-
It happened twice.
Yeah.
So you gotta be careful with that.
So I added that to my goals and accomplishments for 2025.
His budget is on page 10. And there is a slight increase. I think one line item went up.
Yeah, so I'm requesting a small 2.8% increase in the 251 service and maintenance contracts. And the reason is because the state requires us to maintain and inspect our municipal elevator. And the contract that was provided under installation of the new elevator associated with the renovations has expired. So we have to have a company come in quarterly do maintenance and then do the final inspections every year for the state. Did you go over the IT stuff? budget
Yep,
as
we're
well
good with
previously?
that. Yep. we're
Okay.
Good. Next will be capital, under administration. And page 1.
So is that the network and computer?
Yes.
That's
So sure.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is for everything but what, police and emergency
correct.
services?
No, just police.
Just police?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're responsible for all of the municipal networks.
And
except
police
for
we keep
police.
separate, so this
Yes,
is not.
that's
police.
required. So this is basically just a general request that we do every year, which can provides for the replacement of computer systems, as well as servers and network components, and software replacement to try to keep our network up to date and with the most efficient computers that we can do.
So I see we have a balance of about 316.
Yeah, but
Change.
with the council packet that will be provided on the 12th, I believe that's about 112,000 that we're going to be spending for the offsite disaster recovery site. So we'll be down, to a little over 200,000, I believe. The next item is
Page 2.
request for a small to mid-sized pickup truck. Currently, I am provided with a monthly stipend to use my personal vehicle. But within the next couple of years, I'll be retiring after about 30 years with the township. And I'm trying to plan for succession. So anybody that may be hired might not want to use their own personal vehicle. And this would also provide as a backup for the building division of building and grounds for when the E-Transit cargo van is in the shop for either recall work or warranty work. We've had that in there, I want to say a handful of times, and for recalls or warranty work, and each time it's 2 to 3 days. So that isn't providing, we're not providing the services down either Public Works or the Historical Society if needed on those days when we don't have somebody that can go down to the those locations.
Is that something that could be put off for another year?
Sure.
If you're talking 2 years to retire, they've been,
Yeah,
just buy a new one next year, the year after.
that's the prerogative, sure.
I just flagged
Do you
that.
want to put that on the,
For the
John,
wrap-up.
do you want to put it in wrap up?
Yeah.
Page 3 is the $25,000 general improvement we have for the missile complex. We try to plan every year for a small increase to try to increase our reserves. So big increases don't come and hit us all at once. Currently, we have approximately about $60,000 in the account built up for this building. And that does not include what's remainder of the capital appropriations for the renovations, as that's kind of being froze right now as we're under litigation for project closeout. The next one would be
Page 6. Fire sprinkler.
Yep, so this is for the Fire and Emergency Services Building, Station 45. This would install the fire sprinkler system as well as the chemical suppression system for their kitchen and update their fire alarms in those 3 buildings.
Just to clarify, this whole thing isn't for the kitchen.
I'm sorry, no,
Oh,
no,
okay.
it's
I was
sprinklers
looking
for
at
the
that.
entire building as well as fire alarms for all 3 of their buildings. And there's a compression or chemical suppression system in their kitchen that's required by code where they cook. That would be
Okay.
tied into the fire.
That's just
system.
part of this.
Yes.
Okay.
Next page.
Currently, that's already been working on. You guys awarded a contract with Spiesel a few meetings ago, so they're actually been out to the Station 45 and have already started doing some of the initial layout and design work. So this will actually fund construction. We're trying to get ahead of the curve for a couple of the buildings for the sprinkler systems. This one and the Princeton Junction Volunteer Fire Company.
We talked earlier about the West Windsor volunteer
Mhm.
fire sprinkler system.
Right.
Make sure that there's enough, because we might need the architect to go in there too. So
So
they're
more than
aware of
likely,
that.
we'll have to hire an architect to go in there and pretty much come up with public bidding documents. I believe there was $175,000
Yes.
allocated in 2023. Current pricing is somewhere around $12 a square foot, being conservative. So I'm not sure how big your building is. But the price of steel going up in the future is a definite possibility with the possible tariffs that the president might impose on China. So it's possible that we might be able to, I'm guessing that your building maybe 10,000 square foot, 12,000 square foot.
Yeah, I don't exactly.
So it's possible that we might have enough money for that.
So
And the mayor did commit to that. If you didn't, he would.
That would be a big number.
I'm sorry.
I've got to pay for the architect. I don't know how much that's going to cost.
Where's the architect money? Does that come out of the
It comes out of
capital?
capital.
Comes out of the cap.
Yeah.
So if
I mean-
we have 120,000, then we need to spend
I
20
think you have
grand.
175,000.
Yeah,
So
175.
we have 175, then if we
You
need to
should be
spend
pretty close.
25 for an
You
architect.
might be pretty close. Typically, we'll usually take the architect's fees out of the general improvement funds that we have for all of our public buildings, but there isn't one for that because it's a private building. So ultimately, the architects have to be paid for out of the capital funding.
Hmm.
But it might be, you might be close. You might be able to work it. So.
Because I definitely want to work it, because we made promises 2 years ago.
And the mayor is